It was the start of a warm autumn day at the office of Perry Mason, attorney at law. The office was a large office with 3 different rooms and a reception area. The rooms were filled with files and books and folders of current and past cases. Perry Mason walked into the office that morning through the front door to meet and greet all of his workers. This morning, he was not needed in court. It was a rare occasion that he could come right to the office early in the morning and not go to the courthouse first. He employed a large staff and took in young people who were in law school. He taught them some of his expertise while using them to do research for him from time to time. Over at the fax machine was his personal secretary, Della Street. Della was everything that a man could want in a woman. She was bright, pretty, and dedicated to the work that they were both involved in. She was his right hand. If not for her, he did not know what he would have done or what he would have become. That day that she had stepped into his life had been the best day of his life. She was the 13th person that he had interviewed that week, and he had been getting very discouraged. Della had taken over the job as overseer of the business from the day that she had walked in, would stay by his side through thick and thin, and never complained about the long hours that sometimes were necessary in their line of work. As a matter of fact, she seemed to enjoy the long hours. Della looked over at Perry Mason, who had just stepped in the door. He was the man of her dreams, handsome, kind, and dedicated. He would never give up on anyone, no matter how bad things appeared to be. He was dedicated to the thought that everyone deserved justice. And he was like a bull when he thought that someone had been wronged. He was the man that she knew she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. He had uncanny ability to identify a murderer by putting all of the pieces of the puzzle together. Sometimes it would appear as if he was fishing for information, but he always had a purpose to his questions. It was a rare occasion that he did not read a client right. Since Della had gone to work for him, he had not accepted a guilty person as a client yet. It was not that he could get a client off on a technical ity, it was that he could talk to a person and know whether or not they were guilty within a matter of minutes. She went on into his office with his cup of coffee and took a seat next to him at his large oak desk. She had a chair at which she usually sat and took dictation from clients who would come in or minutes that had been taken at trial. The office was very busy and there was always some thing going on. Most of the time the work was very interesting and Della enjoyed meeting all of the different people. Some were in their worst nightmares and they needed Perry Mason to help them find out the truth in their life. There had been many cases where Perry had found that the last person that she would have guessed had been the guilty person turned out to be just that. As time had gone by, she had gotten better at figuring out the mysteries that some people kept hidden, but Perry was the genius at it. Most of their detective work was done by a man named Paul Drake. He was tall, handsome, and very good at finding out things that people preferred to keep hidden from the general public. He was the owner and founder of the Drake Detective Agency. Many nights Della would sit out in a car with the 2 men in her life and watch homes or people. She would sit in the middle seat between the 2 men and take notes as to what she saw and heard, always a pen or pencil in her hand. That part of her job was her least favorite. If it was not for Paul and Perry, those long nights were either too hot or too cold and unbelievably boring. But on more than one occasion they had seen something during those hours that had told Perry who the murderer was and how the murder had been committed. One of the best things that she enjoyed were the many cars that Paul and Perry had to use at any time that they needed it. Perry had a Lincoln, a Mustang, and a small Ford compact, while Paul had a Cadillac convertible or his family van or station wagon. Depending on where the 3 would be doing the observing would depend on what car that they would use. It was One of the better parts of the job for her as she got to sit in between her two best friends. Some times if they were going to be at a house for several days in a row or for many hours they would switch the cars halfway through the watch. It was a rare occasion that they would be seen. The two men knew how to blend in and not be noticed. Unlike Perry, Paul was married to his childhood sweetheart Sue, and he had a young boy who had just turned 5 the other day. Paul Jr. He now only had his daddy's name, but he was also the spitting image of him. Perry and Della had been to his home many times, and Sue and her had become good friends. It was hard being married to Paul. He was always busy going somewhere, and many of the nights he would be out on the road watching and observing different people and things. He was the best man for the job and had been a very useful tool that Perry used to solve some of his cases. Before Paul and Sue had gotten married, she had worked at the office, but once Paul Jr. had been born, Sue had no more interest in getting involved in her husband's work. Its many danger were not meant for a mother, she had told her, so she had decided to stay at home to care for the house and her son. Sue had told Della that she never regretted that decision. She was happy just being a housewife. It was while Perry was doing dictation that the buzzer rang to let them know that Gertie had someone on the other line that needed to see Mr. Mason as soon as possible. Perry gave Della a nod and he took the phone. It was a Mrs. Clemens, and she needed to see Mr. Mason as soon as he was available regarding some missing money in a trust fund that had been set up for her niece many years ago when her sister and her husband had been killed in a car accident. She had just turned 21, and the bank where the trust was being held and her lawyer were stepping the giving her niece full rights to the account. Her niece Dora had planned to buy a house, and she could not do that until the money was released. Perry agreed to see her that afternoon at 2 p.m. and Della noted it in her appointment book. Sometimes there were some less than honorable people out there in the general public who were known to help themselves to people who had large trust funds set up for them at a very young age. Perry would be happy to look into the problem for her. He just would need her niece Dora to sign some papers so that he could get the ball rolling into the investigation. Nancy Clemens promised Mr. Mason that she would bring her niece with her. He thought that it would be a simple case. He should have known that when people came to see him, no problem was ever simple. Promptly at 2 that afternoon, Mrs. Nancy Clemens and her niece Dora came into the office. Right away Della noted that they were dressed in fine clothing, and it was apparent that Dora had been taught the way to act. She gave the appearance of being a well-schooled young lady. Indeed, she had just turned 21 2 weeks ago. Nancy Clemens started to speak to Mr. Mason, and Dora put her hand on her aunt's knee. "I was due to get control of my trust fund on my 21st birthday, so I made an appointment with my attorney, Mr. Davis. When I was younger I had his father to handle my affairs, but he passed away suddenly of a heart attack several years ago. And ever since then his son had been handling my money. I have never had any indication that anything was wrong until it was time for me to take control of my trust fund. I have been given the shuffle from him ever since. He is the junior partner in the firm of Williams, Bagley and Davis. I have been told that they are to be one of the best law firms in town. Since I have never had any problems with the firm or Mr. Davis before, I was surprised at the problem that I was having now," Dora told Mr. Mason. "I am familiar with the law firm and know Mr. Williams and Mr. Bagley well. As for Mr. Davis, I have only met him once or twice. He seemed to be a good attorney, and he would have 2 good mentors. His father was an attorney with a very good reputation," Perry assured the 2 women who had come to see him that day. "So what has happened that has caused you to seek another lawyer? You told me on the phone That there was a question of some money missing from your trust fund. What makes you think that has happened? Did you see a statement of some sort? Perry asked Dora. Well, when I went to the bank, I went to see a Mr. Mathers. He has always handled any monetary questions that I had, but this time he was very evasive and told me that I would have to wait 2 more weeks for the paperwork to clear. Only then could I touch any of my money. It was when I glanced at his computer that I saw my account balance. From all of the statements that I have been receiving from the bank, it looked as if my account was over $10,000 short. I asked him about it and he told me that I was mistaken and that everything was in order. I just had to wait for all the legal issues to clear. So when I came home from the bank, I called Mr. Davis. I have been calling him all week and he will not return my calls. Dora told them. Yesterday I tried to see him and went to his office without first calling, and although I saw his light on in the office, his secretary said that he was not there. When I asked his secretary, she said, oh, he must have forgotten to shut off the light. He is at court right now and will not be back for at least the rest of the day. He may be in court for the rest of the week. Now, I do not like to doubt someone, but it did seem strange. There had been no mention of him being in court to me before. That is why I called you, Mr. Mason. I was getting tired of the run around and have been told that you were the best in the business. I was also told that you were an honest man and that if there was anything going on illegally you would find it out for us. Dora is a young woman who has just started out in life and she deserves all that is coming to her. I have used this firm for years, but the last few times that I have been there I felt uncomfortable. Dora's aunt Mrs. Clemens chimed in. I promise that I will look right into this. I will contact the bank, as they said it could be that there are a couple of things that the bank needs to confirm, but I will make sure that is the case. We will call you as soon as we find out anything, he promised her with a genuine smile. With that, Mr. Mason stood up and shook both of their hands. Della walked them to the door and gave them both a genuine smile. Dora and her aunt left the office a little worried, but Della was sure that they both now felt better. People usually felt better after talking to Mr. Mason. They knew that if her boss took them in as clients, that they had a strong person who was smart and cunning, and that if things could be fixed, he would fix them. Perry specialized in criminal cases but was a very capable attorney when it came to probate laws also. His office had handled many cases that involved the probate court. But, Dora Clemens' parents had died nearly 20 years ago when she and Perry were both just children. Perry asked Della to give Paul a call and ask him to look into what was going on with the law firm of Williams, Bagley and Davis, in particular the younger Mr. Davis. He wanted to know if there was any reason to be concerned about his client and her money. What kind of reputation did he have, and what kind of money dealings was he involved in? He wanted to also check into the accounting firm that he usually dealt with. He wanted to know if they heard anything negative about the law firm. Della wrote down all the information and went into the outer office to place the call. That Saturday evening was to be a celebration of the retiring of Judge Caldwell. He had been .. a good friend of Perry Mason's and had been of great assistance to him when he had been in law school. When he was young and green trying to get his office going, he had been the man who Perry Mason had gone to. He had always been happy to advise Perry at no charge to him, just as long as he had no connection to the case that was in question. The party was to be a black tie affair, and of course he was going to bring his best gal Della with him. He would pick her up in his brand new Lincoln Town car, as she would be dressed in a gown herself. It was to be a gala affair. Perry pulled up in front of the neat little home that Della had bought just 2 years ago. It was a small bungalow that she shared it with her sister. The home was very neatly kept, as would have been expected, and when Perry knocked on the door he was met by a smiling Della Street. She was dressed in a dark blue gown with gold sequins that enhanced her dark blue eyes and fair skin. She was so beautiful to him it was all he could do not to kiss her right there. But that would not be the polite thing to do. She was a lady and deserved to be treated as such. Della took a look at Perry. He was dressed in a tuxedo and was quite stunning. With his good looks and mannerisms he would overshadow the judge if he was not careful. The two made a good couple and always caught the people's eyes in a room when they entered. Della always was on his arm and they would smile as they entered. Her sister Lori had helped her get ready for the dinner and smiled at Mr. Mason. "Ah, you are quite the looker, Mr. Mason. The two of you have a good evening together and do not worry about me. I will be out with friends too," she told them with a smile. The dinner was delicious and Perry was delighted to see his old friend Michael Williams of the Williams, Bagley and Davis law firm. He was happy to see his old friend and hoped that, if there was any problem with the firm or the young Mr. Davis, that things would work out. Perry and Della took a seat at his table and sat back to enjoy the event and the dinner that was sure to be delicious. The seats were near the table that had been set up in the judge's honor, as Perry was to speak that night. Perry was honored to have been asked to speak at the retirement party. He and the judge had and were good friends. He had high hopes that their friendship would continue even after he retired. Perry knew that he had at least another 30 years before he retired. But his friend had told him to enjoy the years because they would go away too fast. He had told him, "Do not wait until tomorrow for something that can be done today, for tomorrow is never promised." Through the years I have seen too many examples of people with plans for their future just to have their lives taken away from them in just a matter of a few seconds. Remember that he had told him with a sincere look. There were many speeches and toasts that night, all to the judge. He was admired all over the state and he had his wife at his side. They were thinking of possibly moving to San Diego to be nearer their son, but the judge still planned to keep in touch with his many friends. He said that it was just another step in the many steps that one takes in their lifetime. After they ate and all of the speeches were done, it was time for a dance. Perry enjoyed the dancing part the most at this type of function. Because he was so shy, it was the one and only time that he and Della could be in each other's arms and he would not have to feel shy about it. They danced nearly all of the slow dances and made quite a pair. They were as in sync on the dance floor as they were in life. Perry knew that it was time to perhaps make his first move, but when? He had never really dated anyone but a few girls that he had met at law school. But he had never had a serious relationship. He was always too busy with his work and had long ago given up on the thought of finding someone special. But as he and Della had worked together more and more, he had found himself thinking of her even when she was not around. More than once he had thought of calling her just to hear her voice on her days off, but had resisted the urge. She deserved the time off and should not have to spend her free time with her boss. So, he had not socialized with her except at these types of functions. It was the October Columbus Day weekend that weekend, and he had thought about perhaps Della and him going on a ride up the highway by the ocean, Route 1. They could stop at shops at will and take the day in leisure. They enjoyed the retirement party and said their congratulations to the judge and his wife and headed back to Della's house. When they were in the car, Perry approached the subject of perhaps taking a car ride up towards the Monterey Bay. Perhaps they might stop at Big Sur or some other places of interest along the could find a place to stay somewhere on the route so that they Could both enjoy the leisurely ride and not worry about reaching a specific place. That way, they could stay anywhere along the route. Della thought about it for just a moment. It was a long weekend and her sister Lori would not be home until sometime late on Monday. It sounded good to her. I think that sounds like a great idea. It is time to get away, and with the holiday weekend the office will not have to be open until Tuesday. When would you like to leave? She was so lucky. She knew that Perry would get her a room and one for him. He was not the kind of boss that expected extra benefits. They had gone places together on several occasions and to her disappointment Perry had always been a gentleman. Perry would not have minded leaving right then, but he knew that was not a practical thought, so he said, what if we leave about noon tomorrow? We should miss some of the traffic that would be leaving early in the morning to get out of the city, and like I said, we can find some place for us to stay along the way. Della smiled. The trip sounded good and she would have time to pack a bag if they did not leave until noon. Would 1 o'clock be all right? I have church in the morning and I am on the greeting committee this week. Sometimes I do not get home until a little later than I do on other Sundays, she told him. So it was settled she and Perry would leave around 1 o'clock tomorrow for a ride up the California Coast Highway. It was for a much-needed rest and enjoyment of their time together. He promised that they would take the Mustang and if the weather permitted they would ride up the coast with the top down. Della loved the Mustang. It was dark blue with a white top and had tan leather seats. Perry was a good driver and she would love the ride, she was sure. She would have to wear a hat and sunglasses though, because her hair would be a complete disaster if she didn't. Oh, and she needed to bring some sunscreen. The last time that she and Perry had gone on a long ride with the top down she had gotten sunburned. It was not only the sun that caused the burning though, she knew that the breeze from the speed of the car made the sun even hotter on her fair skin. Church did not end until almost 12:30 that day. It had been a busy day because of the holiday and it seemed to Della like they were all in the mood to talk. She enjoyed seeing the people though, as some of them did not come to church every Sunday. She talked to each of them as they left that afternoon and then headed home. By the time Della got home it was just 15 minutes before Perry was due to be at her home to pick her up. She had to leave the cat extra food and write Lori a note. She thought that it was possible that Lori would get home before her and she thought that she should know where she was going to be so she would not worry. After all, Della's car was going to be left in the garage. And when her sister had last seen her, Della had been headed to the retirement party and Perry had not mentioned the trip to her. Lori was younger than Della by 3 years but tended to be overprotective sometimes. She worked at a computer software company, where the hours were almost always the same, unlike her sister. Della never knew what time she would get home from work. It depended on the court and the case that Perry and her were working on. Della had just finished the note when Perry rang the doorbell. He was dressed in a casual outfit and looked nice. She was glad that she too had decided on wearing a pantsuit that day. It was a tasteful outfit, but comfortable. She was wearing a comfortable pair of shoes. Also because there might be a lot of walking. The two of them would do a lot of that in the next couple of days. She had packed a dress, just in case they went somewhere where a dress was needed. Sometimes Perry would take her to one of the nicer restaurants when the two of them went someplace together. Oh, what was she thinking? He always took her to the best restaurants that he could find. Perry never went anywhere often because of the enormous job that he had and the responsibilities that went with it. When he did get a chance to get away, he liked to go first class. They would dine and stay at some of the nicer places that California had to offer. Perry looked at Della with approval. Even in a pantsuit she looked beautiful. Her hair was neatly combed and she had put a hat on her head so that they could keep the top down on the Mustang. It was almost 80 degrees out that day and the sun was warm. There was not a cloud in the sky. The roads might be a little crowded but the day was perfect, and as he held the door open for his friend he smiled and bowed to her. As they arrived at the highway, Della looked over at the ocean. The water was so beautiful, and the smell of the ocean filled her nostrils. Whenever they saw a flea market or anything, Perry would stop and they would shop for just anything that caught their eye. Della had so much stuff in her house now she did not know what to do with it, but she could never resist going to a flea market. Especially she could not resist going to a flea market with her good friend Perry. It was a good weekend for the flea market too. Many of the vendors were getting ready to quit their spots until the spring. It was warm in Southern California, but it could get chilly during the winter months near the ocean. Most of the vendors would go to San Diego or places like that where it was much warmer. By the time they had stopped at the third market, Della and Perry had accumulated several items. Lori, Della's sister, liked to collect dolphins, and when they had run into a vendor that was selling dolphin statues she could not resist buying a couple. She had to think about what Lori already had because she did not need to have any duplicates. They would make good Christmas and birthday presents. Maybe just a thinking of you gift. Della was sure that she could make good use of them anyways. It was getting near to dinner time and they had not made it that far up the highway. It was then that she saw that they were coming into Long Beach. That was where the Queen Mary had been docked for the past few years. Della and Perry had taken the last cruise that the ship would ever take. After they had gotten off of the ship, it had been docked in the Long Beach harbor to become a restaurant and hotel. Perry, let's stop at the Queen Mary. I am getting hungry and I would like to see what they have done to the ship now. She smiled at him and he smiled back. You know, Della, sometimes I think that you are reading my mind. I was thinking the same thing. Perhaps they will have some rooms available and we can spend the night on her once again. Perry told her, smiling as he turned off and took the parking lot was almost full and he worried that there might not be a room available. It was a holiday weekend and the weather had been wonderful. There were many people out on the road because of the holiday and weather, and he was sure that many of them had been planning the holiday for weeks. As they pulled up to the ship, Della took a long look. The ship looked as though she was being well maintained and the sign on the gangplank indicated that the restaurant was open. She was glad to see that they were not the only ones that had dressed casually that day, and she would not be the only lady that was not wearing a dress and better shoes. It indicated that Perry did not need to be wearing a tie also. Perhaps if they could not get a room they would have to be happy with just going to the gift shop and perhaps walking one more time around the deck. Della hoped that they would be able to get a room. She had not thought about getting a room until Perry had mentioned it. Her memories of the last cruise came flooding back to the days that she and Perry had gone on one of the most romantic cruises that a couple could go on. It was on the ship that he had for the first time held her tight and put his arms around her. She had thought that he might have kissed her, but not on that night. The next day it was back to work and the cruise was barely mentioned again. As for the hug, Perry never mentioned that either. He had not hugged her like that since. It might have been a spur of the moment thing, the ship, the water, and all the other couples. She was not sure. Perry looked at Della and remembered the cruise that they had gone on just a few years before. He had been nervous staying with Della for 7 days, but they had a great time. And on the last night of the cruise he had put his arm around her. He had thought of kissing her, but he could not be that selfish. They were dedicated to helping others and he just did not feel that they should mix work and pleasure. It was getting harder for him to continue to hide his feeling though, and a hug was now something that the two of them shared nearly as often as they saw each other. Perry walked over to the man at the hotel guest desk and inquired about getting 2 rooms. The man informed him that they were usually booked, especially on a holiday weekend, but there had been a cancellation and he did have 2 rooms overlooking the harbor if he was interested. Perry willingly accepted the rooms and gave Della a nod. A bellboy went down to the car and brought their luggage to their room. It was not much luggage, as they were only planning to spend 1 night on this short trip. Perry gave the man a good tip and thanked him. They were given rooms next to each other and they indeed did look onto the harbor. They were on the 4th floor. The last time that they had been on the ship they had been on deck 6. The room was small but clean and would work well for the night. Della would be able to bathe and dress and get ready for dinner. She knew that the atmosphere at the ship restaurant was somewhat casual, but she did want to freshen up before she ate. Perry made their reservations for 6:30, the time was perfect for her and she would just have enough time to take a warm bath and change into one of her better outfits. She would be ready for dinner by that time. She put on the light dress that she had chosen for the trip and fixed her hair and applied new makeup. She looked at her hair in disgust. The hat had ruined hair and she could not seem to do anything with it. She ran a brush through it and got her good shoes. When they went down to the restaurant, Della was pleasantly surprised. It was the same place that she and Perry had eaten at the night that he had first held her in his arms. The food was delicious and with the slip of a $20 tip they were seated on the harbor side of the ship, where they could watch the setting of the sun over the water. As they sat there and had their dinner, they got to watch the sunset. It was a beautiful sunset and the sky was bright red. Della smiled at Perry and told him, "Red night at night sailors delight, red night in the morning sailors take warning." As Perry was given the bill, the waiter told them that there was going to be a tour of the ship that was going to be starting in about a half an hour. The tour would take them through the entire ship and would explain what they had been doing to restore it. Also, because of it being the month of October, they would talk about the haunts that are said to be on the ship also. So it was going to be a haunted tour as well because of Halloween. Della laughed nervously. She had never told Perry about the time when she was just 14. And she and her sister Lori had gone to a haunted house in their town. She had seen something there that she was sure should not have been there and had never forgotten it. She and Lori had made a pact that neither one of them would ever go out looking for ghosts again. So she smiled and said, "Well, that sounds like fun to me." Perry turned and smiled in sort of surprise. Della wanted to go on a tour of the ship and listen to ghost stories. She was a woman of many surprises. He would have thought that Della would be the logical and more sensible about those things. He then said, "We will take 2 tickets to the tour," to the young man with a smile. "You surprise me, young lady. I did not think that you would be interested in going on a ghost tour. My brother Dave is on a paranormal team. He claims that he has seen and heard things that would shock even me, but I am not sure as to if he might be just pulling my leg," he told her with a smile. Perry and Della went into the gift shop where Perry bought her a postcard as a piece of memorabilia and he picked himself up a paperweight of the Queen Mary for his desk at home. There was still about 10 minutes before the tour started, so Perry took Della out to the deck. They walked over to the railing and looked over at the setting sun. The harbor was lovely and Della took a deep breath, taking in all of the salt air. Perry leaned over the railing and looked down at the water. The water was a little dirty, but not like it had once been. The harbor authority had been working long and hard on cleaning the harbor up. He turned to look at Della, and that is when their eyes met. This was not the place for him to make a move toward her, was it? He smiled down at her and was about to put his arm around her shoulders when they heard the announcement that the tour was going to be starting soon, and to come to the foyer. With that, Perry just put his arm around Della and they walked to the tour together. The tour was about 2 hours long and there was a lot of climbing up and down the stairs of the ship. Della had made a bad choice in shoes and she wished that she had gone back to her room and gotten her loafers. Perry actually had to help her get up and down some of the narrow stairs and her feet were killing her. The ship was very large and on this tour she got to see many places that she had not been to when they had taken the cruise. It had been the last cruise that the ship would ever take. The woodwork on the ship was done very tastefully and it had all been done over. All the original carvings had been cleaned up also. It was quite a ship and there were plans to open more rooms to the public. They would one day become more hotel rooms for guests, meant more money for the rebuilding of the ship. It was when the tour group reached the swimming pool that Della had an experience that apparently no one else had. The tour guide was telling the group how the pool was no longer being used and had not been used since the last cruise that it had taken. He said that the area was supposed to be haunted. As the group turned and started to leave, Della heard the distinct sound of splashing water in the empty pool, and when she turned around she could have sworn that she saw a young girl in an old-fashioned bathing suit standing next to the pool. I must be imagining things, she thought to herself. She wanted to tell Perry about it, but he might not believe her. But she nudged him and asked him to look back and tell her what he did see. Perry gave her a little laugh, and said, "Oh, do you mean the little girl standing next to the pool? I see her. I wonder where her parents are," he told her. "By the look of her clothes I think that her parents are dead, and so is she. Her bathing suit is a suit that they once wore around the 1930s. Della told him. Again Perry took her arm and smiled. "I do not believe in ghosts. There has to be an explanation. When the tour is over I will ask the guide about is a special ghost tour." She was probably put down there by the pool for effect. The tour ended promptly at 10 and Della thanked the young man who had headed the tour. He had been very knowledgeable and patient with her, seeing that she was having a hard time walking on the ship in her heels. Perry slipped him a $10 tip and he was very grateful to them. "I thought that you deserved that tip, and give 5 of it to the little girl, please." "What little girl are you talking about?" he asked. "The little girl that was standing next to the pool. She was a nice touch to the ghost story that you had just told us about," Perry told him. "I swear I do not know what you are talking about. I am sure that there should not have been anywhere near the pool. I do not think that there are any young girls staying at the hotel either," the guide insisted. "Well, thank you for the entertainment anyways. I will give you a good reference, if you ever need one," Perry told him with a smile. Perry looked at his friend and could see that she was uncomfortable. "Let's go back to our rooms. You look tired. If I could just go back to my room and change my shoes, I would be all right. I do not want to go to bed this early on the ship unless you are tired too," Della offered him. She was too geared up to think about going to bed at this time. It was only 10 o'clock at night and it was a holiday weekend. She hoped that she was not getting that old. "Who, me? I could stay up all night. I have done that before many times and not always with a beautiful woman," Perry told her with a smile. "Just give me a few minutes and I will be right back," Della told him with a smile. With That she went to her room and changed her shoes. She found Perry standing next to the railing, looking over the harbor. He was such a handsome man and so smart. She was so lucky to be able to spend the time with this wonderful man. As she walked the deck of the ship she could see Perry standing there overlooking the water. He was smoking a cigarette and just staring at the water. Perry turned and saw Della coming toward him and smiled. While you were gone I took the liberty of taking out some of the brochures of what is happening here on the ship this evening. There is dancing in the grand ballroom if you are interested. I know that it would mean that you would have to dress once more, but the dancing goes on until 2 am, he told her with a smile. It might be more for the younger crowd, but I am game if you are, he told her with another grin. He seemed to be almost laughing about it. That is if your poor legs will allow you to. Are your legs all right? You seem to be having some trouble walking on the tour. Let us see if we do have to wear heels. I hope not. I have a nice dress on and you are in a suit and tie, perhaps that type of dress is acceptable. Della said with some hope in her voice. She just did not feel like getting dressed again. The next time that she got dressed it was going to be into her nightgown. She knew that sometimes the attire is more casual. When a dance was held at a tourist trap such as the Queen Mary. I know what you mean, we are supposed to be relaxing and I too do not feel like changing my clothes again. I will ask one of the stewards. Just as he said that a steward walked by and he caught him. The steward promised him that they were dressed quite appropriately and that the ballroom was not a formal affair. It was a much more relaxed atmosphere than it had once been when they had taken the last. A matter of fact, the lady could wear pants if she wished and he could drop the tie if he wished. What the steward did not realize was, to them they were dressed casual. Usually Della had on heels and it was rare that Perry did not have a tie on. Della was glad to see that some of the women did not even have dresses on and some of the men were in very casual clothes. Most of the men did not have a tie, let alone a suit and tie. But Perry was the best dressed of them all without a doubt. They took a seat toward the back of the room and ordered themselves a couple of drinks. Della took a look around the room. It had been decorated in nautical style as there were several ship's wheels hanging on the wall. There were nets and different kinds of fish hanging on the wall too. It gave you the feeling that you were out to sea. It did not look like you were sitting on a docked ship. The music was loud and not the type of music that Della was used to. She and Perry were old fogies, she guessed. The dance that the young men and women in the ballroom were enjoying was rock and roll. The music was too loud and fast, not the slow music that Della and Perry longed for that evening. After about 20 minutes there was finally a slow dance and finally Perry asked her to dance. He took her hand and they walked out to the dance floor. Perry put his arm around Della's waist and everything else became blurred. It was, as always, his only time that he could hold her close. He looked down at her and smiled. The lights of the dance floor made her face have a strange glow, but she smiled back at him and he went across the floor with her. It was always a sad time when the music stopped and Perry again took her arm and they walked back to the table. Perry knew that he and Della were out of place at this dance. The people were all about 10 years younger than them and they danced a dance he had only seen on the television. He looked at his friend and could tell that she was thinking the same thing. He asked her, "Shall we go? I feel as though we need reading glasses and a rocking chair." "I think that we are the oldest people in the room." Della nodded and was a little relieved. She had felt like she was her mother out there on that dance floor. This was the type of place that her sister Lori would go to, not her. She was too old for the music. She was just 27 and Perry was but 31, but she felt as though they were both in their 60s. By the looks on some of the faces in the rooms, the young people felt that way about the two of them also. Perry took her out to the railing once more and they stood there watching the stars. It was a brightly lit moonlit night and the stars seemed to jump as if to the music that was being played in the ballroom. The railings were filled with couples holding hands and kissing. And Della felt a little uncomfortable. She thought again that she was the old lady among all of the young couples. But she was with her man and he had just put his arm around her again. Just as he had done on the last night of that cruise a few years before. She looked around and realized that they were standing almost exactly where they had stood on that very night. She smiled up at Perry and he smiled at her. "Is this not the place that you and I stood the last night of the cruise?" Della asked him. Perry had not honestly noticed it, but he thought that she might be right. It did look as if they were standing at the place that they had stood together on that last evening just a few short years ago. He remembered he had finally gotten the courage to put his arm around her that night. She had not pulled away as he had been afraid that she would, and he had felt very good about that. Now he was back at the same place where they had first touched. And he wanted it to be the first place that he kissed her. Would she pull back, or would she join him? He turned and touched her hair that had gotten into her eyes. "I remember that night, Della. It was the perfect way to end a perfect cruise," he said with a smile. He looked at her very tenderly and Della looked back at him the same way. It was a great way to end the cruise and quite fitting that we were among the last people to disembark the ship the next day. Della told him. Was he closer to her than he had been? Yes, she was sure that he was. She had not noticed, but he had his arm around her like they were dancing. She wanted to get her first kiss right then. She could almost taste it. Della and Perry were so close that their lips were going to meet by accident if neither one of them pulled away, and then she felt his lips. They were warm and moist, not wet, and he kissed her gently. He was a gentleman through and pulled away slowly. He then held her in his arms for a few more moments. They spent the next 10 minutes watching the lights of the harbor, and then, as if in sync once again, they headed back to their rooms. When Della got into her room, she was flying very high. This had been what she had been hoping for, and now he had kissed her. It was the next step in their relationship, and she knew that she was going to have to keep it slow. Perry was a very dedicated man and would back off quickly if she made any moves, so she would have to be patient. After all, it had taken him 3 years to kiss her. Who knows how long before things got any more serious? She hoped that she would live that long. Perry took a deep breath of relief when he walked into his room. Della had responded in kind, the way that he had hoped she would. He had kissed her and she had accepted him. He had not made it a long kiss as he did not want her to back off. They were a good possible match in life and he wanted everything to be done right. The next morning the restaurant served a buffet breakfast. It was a filling breakfast and they were soon filled and on their way back into the Mustang. Again the weather was very warm and there was not a cloud in the sky. They were about 2 hours from the Big Sur. And they would have several shops to stop at once they arrived there. The view was spectacular and Della was feeling very up and happy. She had been kissed by the man that she was completely in love with the night before. He was driving up the California coast in a sports car. What else could she wish for? Della always brought her camera with her and had taken many pictures of their trip together. The ocean, the flea markets, the boutiques, all were caught on her camera as they took the adventure together. Della was surprised how quickly they arrived in Big Sur. It did not seem as though it had taken very long to get there, and she smiled up at Perry. There had been no mention of the kiss between them, and indeed he was acting as always had. Della was not sure why, but it made her feel more comfortable. Maybe she was not ready for things to move too quickly either. As they pulled into one of the many shops that they would see on their trip, Della looked around at the scenery. It was truly beautiful out here, and there were standing telescopes that she and Perry walked over to and look at the scenery up close. When she had stepped over to peek through the lens, she had felt Perry's breath, and the thought of the kiss came back to her. She tried her best to act as though she was just looking through the lens when her heart was pounding all the way to her throat. Perry looked down at Della, who was looking out into the scenery. Even in her hat and pants, she was still beautiful. For a moment he thought of taking her in his arms, but that would not have been right. For the moment they were just two close friends enjoying a trip up the California coastline together. The weather could not have been better, and the Mustang had been a joy to drive. Perry knew that they would soon need to start back. They would not make it to Monterey this trip. They had stopped at Long Beach, and that had not been far enough north for them to travel all that way in 2 days. The next time that the two of them took such a trip, they would either need to fly or leave a day earlier. Just up the street there appeared to be a decent place for them to stop and have a late dinner. It was already almost 1:30, and he knew that they would have to head south when lunch was done. Perry and Della were seated next to the window overlooking the valley. The dinner was good and the service exceptional. Both Perry and Della had a steak dinner with mashed potatoes and carrots. There had been a large selection of desserts, but Della had a large breakfast and was full. Perry had a piece of carrot cake, and because he insisted, she tried a bite. It was delicious. Della was a little disappointed that the trip was coming to the end. She knew that they still had a 6-hour ride ahead of them, and that Perry was right, they should turn back now. There had been a couple of places that she had seen on the other side of the road that she wanted to stop at also. They had not yet stopped at the ocean, and Della wanted to take some more pictures. It was true that they had spent the night on the water. Technically, she wanted to get some pictures of the ocean and the surf, something that was not part of the harbor. Perry looked over at her and knew that she wanted some pictures of the ocean. Sand bothered his feet, and he hated how if he kept his shoes on, the sand would get all in his shoes. He could take off his socks and shoes and walk on the beach, and then his feet would be dirty. He could not win no matter which way he handled the situation. He would just take his shoes and socks off and wipe his feet off with the towel that he had put in the back seat. He knew that Della would probably want to take a walk on the beach, so he had brought a towel with him. Although Perry had never said anything, Della knew that he was not fond of walking on the beach. She had smiled to herself when she had seen the towel and the clean pair of socks in a bag on the back seat. He had thought ahead. She smiled at the thought of him walking through the sand and surf, jumping every time he stepped on a pebble or a seashell. He was so used to being in a suit that he did not feel comfortable letting himself go. But tomorrow would be the day for business. This would be the day for fun. They had been driving for about an hour when they came across one of the many beaches that they had seen on their way up the coastal highway. Perry pulled over and they both stretched. Perry took off his shoes and socks, as did Della, and they walked out to the beach together. The tide was in and they did not have to walk too far to reach the water. Then Della went to the water and she put her toes in first. The water was a little chilly but not too cold for her feet. She kicked up the water a little and laughed as the water lapped over her feet. She thought about splashing Perry but knew that he would not like it, so she just turned to him and told him, "Go on, put your feet in. The water is not that cold." Perry, on the other hand, was not excited about wetting his feet, but oh what the heck, it was time to have fun, Tomorrow he would be back at work. To his surprise he found the water delightful, and he too kicked the water up a little. Della and him found a few seashells and both listened to the sea through them. There was a pile of rocks over on the side about 50 feet away, and Della decided that she wanted to climb on them. She climbed up on the largest one and took a seat. Perry shook his head but joined her on the rocks. The two of them sat on the rocks for about 15 minutes. You know, I think that we should have brought some fishing poles with us, she told him with a laugh. But then she saw a crab climbing up the rock and decided that she had enough of the ocean for the day. They had a good time to his surprise and were laughing as they got to the car. Perry gave Della the towel and she wiped and cleaned her feet. He had brought 2 towels, and they had been put to good use. Even though she had cleaned her feet, Della could still feel the sand and knew she must have missed some. She knew that was what Perry didn't like about the beach. He had not made any indication that his feet were bothering him. He probably was more careful when he had cleaned his, had no idea that he was arguing with himself about the sand. He had missed some and it was in his socks, he just knew it. He would have to wash his feet carefully when he got home that night, or his feet would drive him crazy for the next few days. The last time that he had walked on the beach he had gotten a rash on his feet that had lasted for weeks. They enjoyed the ride back to LA and Della was glad to see her home as they came down the street. She wanted to spend more time with Perry, but she was truly tired now and 7 in the morning would come early to her. Perry let her out of the car and grabbed her bag. She took the bags that she had bought at the flea market, and they walked up the walk to her house together. Della did not see any lights on in the house and assumed that Lori had not gotten home yet. She turned the lights on in the living room and thanked Perry for the last 2 days. It was really nice getting away from all the troubles. I had a great time, she told him with a smile. Always a pleasure, Della. We will do it again. He started to turn his back, and then leaned over and kissed her gently on the forehead. See you in the morning, and with that he was off to his home. Della had turned to grab her bag when she saw her sister Lori smiling at her. She must have seen Perry give her a kiss. It was nothing, just a kiss on the forehead after all. She did not see the kiss that he had given her while they were on the Queen Mary. That would have surprised her, of that she was sure. Oh, when did you get home? Della asked Lori with a smile. I got home about 3 this afternoon. I found your note. Did you and Mr. Mason have a good time? She asked her with a grin. You did not end up going to Vegas and getting married, now did you? As a matter of fact, we did not. We went on the Queen Mary for dinner and spent the night on her. It has been done over almost completely, and we even took a tour of the ship. We took a ghost tour. I could not believe that Perry was willing to go on one. But I did not realize how much walking and climbing of stairs were involved. My feet were killing me, she told her sister with a smile. Della, a ghost tour? I thought that you and I had sworn that we would never go on another hunt or tour after what happened to us when we were kids, she told her with surprise in her voice. Well, it was more of a tour of the ship. They just mentioned a couple of places on the ship that were supposed to be haunted. The ship is big and the stairs are narrow. Heels were not meant to be worn on the tour, trust me. I did hear and see something. Do you want to hear what happened? Della asked her. Something happened to you on the tour? Oh yes, please tell me. Lori answered. We were at the pool, and as the group started to leave I heard what sounded like someone splashing in the pool. The pool had been closed for over 2 years, and yet I thought that I saw a young girl dressed in an old-fashioned bathing suit standing next to the pool. Della told her sister. Lori was the only person that she had that should confide in about such things. Wow, that is something else. No one that was in the group heard or saw what you did, she asked her sister. Well, one person saw her, Perry. He was sure that she was part of the tour and that she was standing there just to scare the people on the tour. Della told her. Della had now walked into her room and she was starting to put her things away and just nodded her head. She had been dying to say something to Perry, but she was afraid that he would have thought she was crazy. Perry saw the little girl too. It figures that he would not believe she was anything but an actress. So what else happened? Did he finally kiss you on the ship? She asked her. Della was not sure that she wanted to tell her that he had kissed her, but her hesitance to speak right up was enough to give Lori the answer. Oh my God, he kissed you. Well, finally, it is about time. Lori reached over to her sister and gave her a big hug. I know that the two of you were meant for each other. When you are together, it is like you have the same thoughts. I am happy for you, very happy. Della gave her little sister a big hug and told her that they both were going to have to get up early in the morning, and she was very tired. They would talk in the morning. When Della woke up the next morning, she could smell the coffee brewing and the bacon and eggs that were being cooked. She got dressed quickly and came out to the kitchen. Della took a seat at the table and started to eat. Lori and her had an unwritten rule that the first one to get up in the morning would start the coffee and the breakfast. Most of the time it was Della that got up first, but on this morning she was very tired. She had laid in bed thinking about Perry and what had happened and had woken up several times during the night. Della told her all about the last 2 days and the trip to Big Sur. Perry was always a gentleman, she assured her. I bought US present too. With that, Della reached into her purse and took out one of the dolphins that she had found at the flea market. Thank you, Della. You know me and dolphins, I love them. What a shame, a beautiful lady. Sports car, lots of money to spend, and what happens? You and Perry see the ghost of a girl and one kiss. At that pace you will be 80 before he proposes. Lori told her with a devilish smile. He is just too shy, I think. He acts as though he is afraid to show his true feelings to you. He is not shy in the courtroom, but he is shy with you. I mean, I am sure that you are probably his best friend. Oh Lori, it is not that bad. He is the type of man that does not make moves with his personal life without a lot of thought. He has been a single man for a long time and it is hard to make a change like that. Believe me, I know, I have been single for a long time also. And sometimes that is the way that I would like to stay. Della told her sister. She wanted to change the conversation, so she asked, so, how was your weekend? I thought you said that you were going to find yourself a husband and that you would be married with 3 children before Perry kissed me. Della teased her. It was great. We went to Palm Springs and spent most of the weekend sitting out by the pool. I met a nice man named Joe who said that he would call me later on this week. And my friend Don met a man named Don. Isn't that funny? We went out dancing on Sunday night. I want to go back there again soon alone, she told her sister with a smile. Then she thought of what Della had said about marrying Perry. Della, you do not mean that. If Perry asked you to marry him, would you marry him? She asked her sister earnestly. Yes, I would probably. He is the only man that has ever meant that much to me. Sometimes he is the only man that I see when I am in a room full of men. Yes, I think that he is my soul mate, my true soul mate. Della told her sister moment that she had met Perry that day in his office. Della had known that he was the man that she wanted to be with. She had heard of that happening to other people, but had never dreamed it would be her. She had always been the quiet one and had been on just a few dates in her life. But it was Tuesday and it was time for the two of them to go to their prospective jobs, and as sisters what had been said that morning would not be repeated outside of their kitchen. Della went on to the office and started to go through the mail and messages that had been received over the long weekend. One of the messages had been very disturbing and she knew that she was going to have to tell Perry about it as soon as he came in. It had been a message from Dora Clemens. It seemed that a bank teller had been murdered over the weekend and it was the same teller that she had been dealing with. The last time that she had seen him, he had seemed to be uninterested in talking to her. But later that day he had called her and asked her to meet him at a hotel in the shady part of town. Perry knew that the workload was going to be heavy on that day, but he was looking forward to the work. He enjoyed being busy. It had been the most important part of his life ever since he had made the decision to dedicate his life to law. He headed to the office and was pleased to see Della already in the office bringing him a cup of coffee. Perry, there was a call from Dora Clemens. She says that the teller at the bank who had been handling her trust fund had been found murdered at a local hotel. She wants us to give her a call as soon as possible, because the police had already been to their house asking a lot of questions. Perry told Della to get her right on the phone. He would want to speak to her right away. It was never good when one of his clients were questioned about a murder case without him being in the room. The police had a way of getting information from people without them even realizing that they had given out damaging information. He was sure that Dora had nothing to do with the murder, but innocent people had been charged in such cases before. Della handed Perry the phone and he found himself speaking to Mrs. Clemens, the aunt. It seemed that the police had just come to the house about a half an hour before and had taken her niece Dora down to police headquarters for more questions. No, she did not think that Dora was arrested, but Dora needed a lawyer now. Perry promised the lady that she did have representation and that he was on his way to police headquarters right away. Della, give a call to police headquarters and tell them that I am representing Dora Clemens and that she is not to be questioned without me being in the room. They know better than to bring her down without her lawyer. Nancy Clemens tried to tell them that she was told not to talk to the police until she got her lawyer on the phone. The police would not listen, and now Dora was downtown at the police department. He was sure that she might say something that she should not and that the police would use it as evidence. As Perry went down the hallway of the police headquarters, he was not surprised to run into Lt. Tragg. They nodded to each other as they entered one of the interrogation rooms. The police had some evidence that did make Ti look as though there was a possibility that she could have been involved in the murder. It was not far into the interrogation that Perry knew that Dora was going to be arrested for the murder. It was true, and the police did indeed bring charges against his client. There would be a bail hearing in the morning. Perry was indeed sorry that Dora was going to have to spend the night in jail. Once more someone was in trouble and had been wrongfully accused of a crime he was involved. Yes, he was involved once again. It was with heavy shoulders that Mr. Mason came back to the office. He was glad to see Della there in his office working hard. Whenever he had a client that he was sure was innocent, he hated to leave them in jail overnight. It always had left a hard pit in his stomach. He took it to heart when he could not help someone like this for at least another day. This is why he had become an attorney, to protect the innocent. He knew that it sounded corny, but that was the reason he had gone to law school and studied for all those years. He was going to help Dora just like he had helped the rest. Perry called Dora's aunt and told her of the news. He gave his word that he would find out who the real murderer was and that he would fight hard to get her niece bail. The bail would be high though. Nancy Clemens said that she did not care how much the bail was. To be she would put it up. Her niece was not going to spend another night in jail, she would see to it. I am confident that you will be able to convince the judge that bail is an option. I know that the court frowns upon bail in cases of capital murder, but she is innocent and you will prove that, she said with an affirmative answer. Della, it looks like the candles are going to be burning late in the office. Give Paul a call, ask him to come over to the office. Perry told him. I guess that it is back to work for us. No rest for a lawyer or his secretary, he told her with a smile. Not 20 minutes had gone by when the familiar knock came on the door. It was Paul Drake. He took a seat in the chair next to Della and took out his notebook. Apparently when Perry and Della had been out on a car trip, Paul had been busy. Paul looked up at his two friends and smiled. He knew that they had been gone for the weekend and hoped that they had a great time. There was something different in the air, he was not sure of it, but he felt a change in the atmosphere. He had gone through the dating scene once before and knew of the heartaches. He was lucky and had ended up marrying his childhood sweetheart. He wished the best for his best friends. The two of them deserved a happy life outside of the office. They worked so hard when they were there. Paul remembered the day that he and Perry had met. Perry had needed someone to help with a stakeout and had seen the sign on the door and had walked in the door. Both of the men were young and inexperienced, but Paul had been intrigued by the thought of doing a murder investigation, and so their friendship had begun. Between the different cases that he had from this big city and all of the cases that he helped Perry with, he had built his business up to a large corporation with over 30 employees. Perry, I have been able to get some information involving the young attorney Davis, and some of the people that he does business with. The firm of Williams and Bagley did not want to accept attorney Davis as a partner. But many years before, when the firm had been formed, it had been written into the contract that any one of their children ever passed the bar exam, they could automatically join the team. Mr. Davis is not that good an attorney and has been brought in front of the bench twice under threat of losing his license. He never lost his license to practice, but some of his business dealings were questionable. It seems that Mr. Davis and Mr. Mathers, the man that worked at the bank who had been murdered, had been partners in several real estate deals that had gone sour. I think that the both of them are in financial trouble. And that may be part of the reason why Mr. Mathers was murdered. He and attorney Davis have several enemies, and some of them are trouble, big trouble. Paul told them. What about the money that is missing? Do you think that the two men Davis and Mathers are involved? Perry said more to himself than to the others in the room. I want you to dig a little deeper, Paul. Now that Dora has been charged with murder, we are going to need all of the facts, even if I have to go to the court and get court orders. Perry told him. We need to look into all the possibilities. But I think that someone who is directly involved in either the bank or the law firm is the person that we are looking for. We will start there first. And then if we strike out, we will look further. I am on my way right now. Paul told them and left again out of the back door. That afternoon both Perry and Della were very busy preparing for the courtroom in the morning. Perry was sure that he could get bail arranged for Dora, but he wanted to go to the jail and talk to her once again. He had been gone all weekend and he was sure that there were things that he did not know of that had happened over the weekend. He told Della where he was headed and left for the jail. When Perry got to the jail, he was headed into a private room and Dora was led in by a guard. Soon afterward, Dora looked as if she had been crying, but she looked all right. She had been brought up to hold her chin up, and she was doing the best she could to do that. She was so young. She should have been out having fun, not sitting in jail, he thought to himself. When Perry arrived at the jail, one of the women guards came into the room with Dora. Perry helped Dora to her seat, and then took a seat himself across the table from her. He took her hands in his and asked her to tell him her story. Dora looked him in the eye, those kind and caring eyes, then told him what had happened. After I left your office, I received a call from Mr. Mathers. He wanted to talk to me about my trust fund. He did not want to meet me at the bank. He asked me to go to the Peacock Hotel and room number 8 that night at 8. I got to the room at 8 almost exactly, but when I knocked on the door there was no answer. I stayed there for over 20 minutes and no one else came or went. I tried knocking on the door one more time, but still there was no answer. I then rode around town for hours trying to clear my mind. I did not stop any place, I just drove around thinking. Dora told Mr. Mason. When you first arrived, did you see anyone coming or going from the hotel? What about when you were waiting in your car? Did anyone go by or leave while you were sitting there that you noticed? Mason asked her. No, I did not see anyone in or around the area at all. The lights were on in the room and I could hear the television going, but no one answered the door. I left when the clock in my car said that it was 9:45. I waited for almost 2 hours and saw no one. The only way that someone would have been able to get into the room was through the back. Maybe they do have a back door, Dora told him. I had called the bank to try to talk to Mr. Mathers. He had refused to speak to her once again. That is why I was surprised when he called. I thought that maybe something was happening at the bank and Mr. Mathers did not want that person at the bank to know that he was talking to me. I do not understand it. Everyone has always been nice to me, and then all of a sudden no one wanted to talk to me at all. The only thing different was that it was now time for me to control my own money. Dora told him. Have you told me everything that you know? Are you sure? Anything that you saw or heard might help your case. Try to get some rest and I will see you in the morning. If you think of anything you can tell me in the morning. I have a private investigator looking into the matter also. He will find out what is going on, I promise you. Do not worry, he is the best in the business. When Perry arrived back at the office, he found Della on the phone with Paul Drake. She seemed a little excited, so he started to listen to that end of the conversation. Della was saying, "That is right, Paul. Dora had been asked to come to the hotel to meet with Mr. Mathers that night. When she had gotten there, she got no answer at the door. She was telling him Perry just came in, why do not you speak to him?" and she handed him the phone. "Perry, I have spoken to the manager of the hotel and he says that a woman matching Dora's description was seen going into the hotel room at about 7:15. She ran out of the hotel room and got into a brown Ford. She took a left turn when she left. The manager does not think that he has seen her before. He has some tapes that we are welcome to look at if we wish. He has security cameras. Perhaps there is something on one of them. Do you want me to take them so that you can watch them?" Paul asked him. "Yes, the tapes could tell me who the murderer is. They have gotten clearer and we may be able to identify the people on the tape. If we can, we might find the murderer. As I said, there is evidence out there somewhere. We are the ones that need to find it and set Dora free." "Are you sure that it was Dora? She drives a Toyota and it is black." "Perhaps he was mistaken. Ask the manger if he saw anyone else. Dora says that she was outside of room 8 for almost 2 Hours. Someone must have seen her. It does not make sense. Well, go back and ask him if he remembers a woman in a black car waiting outside of the room on that evening. I do not think that she would have had time to change her car, and in the dark there are many people who would look like Dora. She was an very average-looking person. Perry told him. Paul told him that he would dig some more and get back to him as soon as he had more information. The tapes would be ready in the morning. The hotel manager was going to have to make copies of them. I think that you are right, there could be some important information on one of the tapes. At least one of the tapes should show Dora in her car, and that would validate her story. Paul hung up and headed out to look further into what had happened on the night before. Della had been busy while Perry was gone and had typed up the briefs that would be needed for the bail hearing in the morning. Perry read over all of the briefs and signed them one by one. When everything had finally been completed, he took a glance at his watch. It was now after 8 and he had not had any dinner. He smiled at Della and told her, well, we have done everything that can be done for the day and we have to. And she left for home. How dinner about was calling it a night? It was nice to have a change of atmosphere. I was thinking about the people going out for Chinese, very quick to serve them, as the waiters knew that Perry was a good smile. Della was always interested in anything that is available. Happy to spend some social time with him once again. To have. When the dinner was finished, Perry took. Della reached for her coat and Perry helped, not even giving her a hug. Della turned back to basics, she thought to herself, and then checked all the doors. But when she got home that night, Lori had a big smile on her face and seemed to be arm, and they walked out trying to hide something behind her. While you were gone, we had a visitor. I think you will like what came, and with that she stood back. Della then looked on the television stand and gasped. There was a huge bouquet of 3 dozen red roses, with a card. She opened the card and read, "Thank you for an unforgettable haunted weekend, Perry." Della could see that Lori was dying to see the card, so she handed it to her. It was a nice thought, and Della loved the flowers. Perry was such a nice guy. Lori was a hopeless romantic. And Della gave out a little laugh. Oh Della, I think he liked what happened this weekend, whatever it was, Lori told her with a grin. That morning Della met Perry at the courthouse. The bail hearing had been set for 9 that morning, as it was the first thing on the docket that morning. As she went into the courthouse, she saw Paul Drake standing on the stairs having a cigarette. He smiled at her and asked her if she was ready for another long day in the court. I am waiting for Perry, as I have more information for him. It might be good information and might be able to help show that Dora is not the murderer, Paul told her quietly with a smile. Paul and Della had not been standing on the stairway long when Perry showed up. He was walking fast because he knew that his friend Paul Drake must have some kind of information for him. That was the only time that Paul would be waiting for him there on the courthouse steps. Good morning, Della. Paul. He looked around at the crowd that was gathering and said, "Let us go inside where we can talk privately," he told the 2 of them. He took Della by the arm and the 3 of them walked into the court together. They went into one of the briefing rooms. Go ahead, Paul. What did you find out? Perry asked him. Well, I looked a little further into who was seen at the hotel that night, and I did find 2 other women that had been seen go into the room that day, and 2 guests remember seeing a woman in a black Toyota knocking on the door of the room twice. Both of the patrons said it was sometime around 8 that night. Paul told him, I will be going back to the bank this morning to see what else I can find out. I just wanted to see you first, Paul told him. Thanks, Paul. I thought that there were other people who had been involved in the realty scheme, and I think someone else had better reasons than Dora had to murder Mr. Mathers. Let me know if you hear anything more, Perry told him. After Paul left, Della took Perry's arm and thanked him for the roses. They look very pretty and I have placed them on my television in my living room. You're welcome, Della. I wanted you to know that I had a great time this weekend and that I think that we should get away more often, he told her with a smile. Now that the month of October had come, the courthouse was cooler. During the summer, the courthouse was very apt to be hot and muggy. It was a welcome time that the room became bearable. She had learned long ago to bring a sweater with her, just in case she needed it. The court was crowded with the morning rush and the onlookers who were there to see about the bail hearing for a murder case. There were always the students who came to take notes when the famous attorney Perry Mason was representing a client. One of the lady guards from the jail came into the courtroom with Dora. Dora had chosen her outfit well and she looked good for the judge. Della smiled at her and told her not to worry, everything would work out all right. It was then that she saw Dora's aunt come into the courtroom. She took a seat in the aisle behind her niece and gave her niece a nod. Della was glad to see that Dora had support and knew that was what Dora needed right now in this trying time. She had seen this time and time again, and she knew that the clients that had support did better than those that did not have family support. Hamilton Berger had come into the court to argue the point that no bail should be offered to Dora because it was a capital murder case. She was too young and had access to a large sum of money and could leave the country. Hamilton Berger was a man in his early 40s that stood about 5'10" with dark hair and eyes. He was a gentle-looking man, but like Perry, could be as stubborn as Perry could be. He was an elected official and because of that had to go with the public view from time to time. He was married with 2 children to a lady that Della had gotten to know. She was a very nice lady and was known for her volunteer work in the city. The judge was a good judge. His name was Judge Brown and he was well known to be a fair judge. He listened to both sides of the issue and ruled that there was enough evidence to hold Dora over for the trial. He ruled that she could be out on bail, but she would be put on a bracelet and the bail would be $500,000 with $50,000 cash. That amount of money would have made most people have to remain in the jail until trial, but her family was very wealthy. Dora should have had over $1 million available to her, but because of the mishandling of her money and the freezing of her accounts, she had nothing to put up. Her aunt put all of the money up front for her and Dora was out on bail by 3 o'clock that afternoon. When Dora got out of jail, she went right to Perry Mason's office as he had asked her to. She looked a bit nervous, but she had weathered the night in jail and if Mr. Mason had his way, she would never spend the night in jail again. Della took her seat next to Perry and took out her notebook. She still had not transcribed the notes that she had taken at court that day. She and Perry had been busy with other documents and had talked to Paul. The day had been a very busy day for the Mason office. Dora took a seat and gave Mr. Mason and Miss Street a smile. "Thank you for getting me out of that terrible place. I thought that I might end up being there until my trial. It could be as long as 6 months, at least that is what they told me when I was sitting in the jail cell." "You had all night to think about anything that had happened. Did you think of something new at all? By the way, what kind of car were you driving that night?" Mr. Mason asked her. "I did remember a car leaving as I came in, come to think of it, but I paid no attention to it. It was a small Ford the first thing. I drive a black Toyota. Did someone remember seeing me that night?" Dora asked. "We may have a witness that remembers you, but the hotel manager says that he saw a lady that matches your description walking into the room about 20 minutes before you say that you arrived. They say that that lady was driving a small dark Ford," Perry told her. That must be the car that I saw leaving that night. I am not good at identifying the type of car that I saw. It was a small dark car, like I told you before. Dora told him. I want you to stay at home and not answer the door for anyone. If the police come, you have to open the door by law, but anyone else do not let them in unless I call you and tell you that they are expected. No newsmen or television reporters, please. Do you understand what I said? Mason asked her. Yes, I will go home and stay. No one will come in my home without your express permission. Thank you, Mr. Mason. After Dora left, Della looked at Perry. He was worried as she was. Things were not looking good for her. They had just gotten a fax from Paul. She was not missing $10,000. She was missing over $100,000 and possibly more. She had signed an order that had been written up by Attorney Davis giving him permission to invest her money. But Davis was not a good lawyer and had failed to notice that she had signed the paper 2 days before her 18th birthday, and therefore the signature was no good. He did not have the right to touch any of the money in her account legally at all. Attorney Davis was going to have to do some explaining to Mr. Mason, and so he made a call to the office and made an appointment to see his colleague the next morning at 10. Perry looked over at Della and saw that she was busy transcribing some of the minutes from court that day. She was busy and he wanted to read them. He wanted to go over those notes. Something that Berger had said at the trial had caught his attention. Della, when you are through with the notes from court, I would like to look at them, please, he called to her from her office. During the next hour, Della transcribed all her notes and then brought them into her employer. Perry was reading Della's notes when he noted that Hamilton Berger had made mention of the fact that Dora owned a home in Texas. She had never mentioned that to Perry, and he wondered if it was truly her property. Della, get Paul on the phone if you can. I want him to find out who is the owner of the property in Texas. Dora never mentioned it to me, and I do not think that she is aware of it. I think that the property belongs to someone else, that they just used her name. I think that someone else lives there now, he told her. Just as Della was getting ready to call Paul, the familiar knock came on the door, and it was Paul. Hello, beautiful, he told Della as he took his usual seat and opened his notebook that he always carried with him. I think that I have found the woman who had been at the hotel at about 7:30. the evening of the murder. There is a lady that works for Mr. Davis part-time that drives a black Ford Focus. She is roughly the same height and weight and age of Dora. She could have been easily mistaken for Dora. Paul told him. Good work, Paul. Now I have another job for you. Berger at court says that Dora owns a home in Texas and that she could flee to that home. I have reason to believe that Dora has nothing to do with the home, and someone that is involved in the missing money is using the home as their own, he told his friend. The day was ending and Paul was going to be heading out of town. He stopped at home to say hello to his little boy Paul Jr. and enjoy dinner together. The next plane to El Paso, Texas was not leaving until 10 p.m. that night, so he would have a few hours with his family. He went into his house and gave his wife a kiss just before telling her the bad news that he would be gone for the next 2 days. She was in the middle of making dinner and told him that it would be ready in about a half an hour. He gave her a kiss on the cheek and went out to the living room where Paul Jr. was standing there with a baseball and glove in his hand. His dad had promised him that the next time he was home they would spend some time together throwing balls. Paul went to the hall closet and took down his old baseball glove. With that, father and son went out into the yard to play a game of catch. True to her word, dinner was ready in 30 minutes as his wife Sue had told him. Paul was getting tired, as apparently he was out of shape, and was glad that he had a good reason for the game of catch to end. Supper was a busy affair, and Paul Jr. had lots to tell his dad and mom. He had lots of new friends at his school, and he was the best reader in the class according to his teacher. Paul truly wished that he could spend more time with his family, but once again there was someone in trouble, and his skills as an investigator was needed. He would be leaving for Texas that evening and staying at a hotel. He would be talking to the local authorities and finding out just who lived in the house. The information could be very helpful to Perry and his murder case. Paul and Sue packed his bag together, and Paul once again promised to bring his son a gift from another state. He knew that his wife no longer was interested in those little trinkets that he had always brought to her. She preferred to have him safe and sound in their own bed at night together. Paul left for the airport that night at 8:30. Everything was all set as far as a hotel and rent a car. It was planned that he would return in 2 to 3 days. He gave his friend Perry a call to let him know that he was on his way to the airport, and that he would keep in contact with him while he was in Texas. It had been another long day at the Mason office, and Della was glad to see Perry showing signs that he was getting ready to close the office. She was surprised that he was ready to go home at this hour. It was just 6 o'clock. Perry looked up at Della and smiled. "Yes, it is time for us to go home and take a rest. I think that we are missing something on this case. I think the answer to the mystery is right in front of us. A good night's sleep should clear our mind," he told her with a smile. As usual, Perry was right. She was very tired, and perhaps a good night's sleep would help to clear her head. Someone had killed Mr. Mathers, and if she and Perry and Paul were not successful in finding out who the murderer was, their client Dora might end up being convicted of murder. Della and Perry left the office together. As usual, it was just that this time they were leaving the office at a near normal hour. He took her arm as they walked down the hall, and Della smiled to herself. It felt good to have his arm on hers. She wished that he would come home with her. But he had been right, they were both very tired. As the two got off the elevator and entered the garage, Della looked over at her car. It was a small, modest car that she had chosen just 2 years ago. It crossed her mind that it was time that she bought herself something that was not so practical. Someday she was going to buy something on the spur of the moment. Perry walked her to her car and opened the door for her. He was always a gentleman and held the door open for her. She stepped into the car and smiled at him as sweetly as she could. "Good night, Perry, I will see you in the morning." She watched as he walked over to his car and smiled as the two of them left for their homes. Perry lived in a penthouse in one of the nicest neighborhoods in the city. It was just 2 miles from the office, and if he needed to, he could walk to work. He lived but 4 miles from his secretary, as she lived on the other side of the office, just 2 miles from the office. Also, the penthouse where Perry lived was very elegant. It had a large open room with a large working fireplace in the corner. It had a large eat-in kitchen and a formal dining room. He had many dinners at his home catered in the formal dining room. He had the best china that he could find. He had 2 large bedrooms and 2 baths and a view of the city from the large picture window off of his great room. The second bedroom was used mostly as a study and was filled with all types of law books. If you looked around the rest of the house, you would not know that a lawyer lived there. He kept the house very neat and clean. Perry had just sat down to eat his supper when the phone rang. To his pleasure, it was his brother Dave. He was the one person that he felt good about confiding in. Dave owned his own business selling prescriptions to local pharmacies. He was going to be in town in a few days and he would like to visit his brother. Perry was delighted to have him come and he insisted that Dave stay with him. Dave, I have plenty of room, and I could not imagine having you spend the night at a hotel somewhere. We do not get a chance to talk very often. Forget it, I will not take no for an answer. So with that, Dave would be coming to LA on Thursday. Dave was Perry's younger brother. He was a single guy like his brother, but he was seriously considering getting married. That is at least what he had been telling his brother for the past 3 years. He had tried to convince Perry that he should be getting married soon, but had never pressed the issue. Thank goodness, Perry thought to himself. That evening Perry Mason fell asleep on his couch while studying the murder mystery of Mr. Mathers. He now had the pictures from the security camera that had been hooked up at the hotel, and he hoped that he would get answer to his questions somewhere on the tape. There were hours of tape for him to watch, because he wanted a list of every person that went near room 8 on that night. There were 3 cameras working in the parking lot that night. He wanted to zoom in on any license plates or faces if he could, and it was a slow, painstaking process. Meanwhile, Paul had arrived in Texas. It took him about an hour to get his rental car and get his baggage. The hotel that he had a reservation at was right next to the airport. All of the cars now had GPS, and he found out that the home that was in the name of Dora Clemens was about an hour away. He would go to that house and keep an eye on it for a few hours. In the morning, Texas was 2 hours ahead of California, and it was now 3 in the morning. In El Paso, Texas, he would catch a few winks of sleep before he went there. Della went home that night and was greeted by her sister Lori and her 2 young, giggling friends. No rest for Della tonight, she thought to herself. Hi ladies, she smiled to them and tried to escape to her room. But her sister and her friend Patty would not hear of it. Come on over, we are playing a game on the computer. It is a ton of fun. You have to answer all these questions about love and the computer. We'll tell you what kind of man you need. Lori and Patty told her. Oh, I don't know. Those games are silly. Della chimed in. Do not worry about what she says, girls. She thinks that because she is now almost 28 years old that she is too old to find a boyfriend. I think that she will find the man of her dreams out there someplace. You are too good of a person to spend your whole life as a single woman, Patty offered to her. Lori winked at her sister and said, come on over and answer the questions. You will get the answer. The computer is the new way for people to meet. I have dozens of friends who have met their soulmate online. Perhaps Della has already found hers. She is awful quiet, Mona said with a smile. It is the quiet ones that you have to be careful of, girls. Della watched as the 4 younger girls went on a site and were talking to complete strangers. They were not being truthful to the man online, so perhaps the man online was not being truthful to them. She did not feel comfortable going online and trying to find the perfect date. She was happy with the man she worked with at the time. He had kissed her the other night, and perhaps it was just a sign of things to come. After watching the girls, she excused herself and went to her room. She really was tired, and tomorrow was going to be another long day at the office. She missed not being with Perry. How silly can you be, Della? You and Perry were together nearly all day today. You need to get some sort of life. Maybe Lori was right, and with that, her head hit the pillow and she fell asleep. The next morning Della woke up feeling much more like herself. She had not been thinking clearly, and she had desperately needed a good night's sleep. She woke up, got dressed, and was singing as she cooked breakfast when Lori came into the room. Lori smiled as she took a seat at the table. Well, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did you get your much-needed sleep? You looked so tired this morning when you got up, she told her sister in a worried tone. I am fine. I guess what they say is true. When you leave work for a few days to relax, it takes 3 days to get back on track. Della told her with a smile. Oh Della, I just want what is right for you. It is your business how you handle your personal affairs, and I know that you care deeply for Mr. Mason. But it is your business. And if you want me to stay out of it, I will. Lori offered her. No. It is all right, Lori. If I think that you have overstepped yourself, I will let you know. You are my sister and I respect the way that you feel. I know that you are younger than me. And that some of your ways are different, but I respect your opinion. Della told her and hugged her shoulder as she handed her a plate of sausage and eggs. Perry is a wonderful man and he treats you like a queen. He is rich and has the potential to stay that way. He is kind and he is handsome as all get out. He is a good catch for anyone, she told her sister. That morning Della was taking care of the business at the office when Perry came in. He had all of the tapes of the hotel where Mr. Mathers had been murdered and he wanted for her to watch them with him. He was sure that he was missing something. And perhaps a new pair of eyes would help. Paul called this morning and said that he is outside of the home that belongs to Dora and will let us know as soon as he finds out anything. Della offered. Perry was busy getting the tape ready for them to watch and just grunted his answer. He then turned and pulled his chair up next to hers. The screen was not that large, so they kept the screen close to them. Della could feel his presence next to him and had an uncontrollable urge to touch his arm, but she controlled herself and dedicated her attention to the people on the tape. It was almost 2 hours into the tapes that Della thought she noticed something in the background. Can you stop that, please? Can you rewind the tape about 5 minutes? And slow it down, she asked Perry. What are you looking for? Did you see something on the tape? Where on the tape should I be looking? Perry asked her. In the right top corner just above the pool sign. I thought that I saw a man watching the hotel room. It looked like he might have noticed the security camera and had ducked back behind the shadows, she offered him. Perry reached over and backed the tape up. He put it on half speed and sure enough there was the man that Della had spotted. He zoomed the picture in, but the picture blurred. He would need to have the man that worked for Paul Drake try to zoom in on the figure with his equipment. Perry marked the time on the tape and he and Della continued watching it together. Perry and Della sat for hours watching the different tapes and Della's neck was getting stiff. They had finally finished the second tape and Della got up to stretch. She looked up and glanced at the clock. It was 2:30. She was hungry. Perry looked down at Della and smiled. I guess that I can tell what you are thinking of, my friend. You must be hungry. Why don't we take a break from the tapes and get some lunch, he told her with a smile. That sounds great to me, Perry. My eyes are getting tired from staring at a blank screen 90% of the time. You cannot look away because if you do, something might happen. It is a very tiring job, but it is okay. I just think that I might miss something if my eyes are not given a rest. Della told him sincerely. We will bring this tape over to Paul's office and have his man look at the man that can be seen looking over at the room. If he can make the photo a little clearer, we may be able to identify him. And with that he took her by the arm and they went out the back door to the office together. Paul's office was busy and the man that was the photography expert had gone to lunch, but was expected shortly. The secretary would give the tape to him and he would contact Mr. Mason as soon as he had worked on it. Perry took Della to one of their favorite spots for lunch that day. She had a large roast beef sandwich with chips and a cup of coffee. Perry had a turkey on rye with chips and a Coke. Della looked over at her boss and thought of how handsome he was. He had a kind face, and no matter what happened she never got tired of looking at him. She was proud of the work that he did and the fact that many innocent people were now free and the right person was in jail because of him. Oh, she had been there and had assisted him on occasion, but he was the attorney. He was the true reason why they were free. Perry caught Della's gaze and was wondering what was going on in her mind. She was thinking about the case, he was sure. She was very good at catching certain things. Like the man on the tape. He needed her with him. She was his right arm and partner. But would she be his partner in life? He hoped that would happen someday. Without thinking, he took her hands in his from across the table and looked at her very tenderly. You know, there are times that I do not know what I would do without you. I have looked at the tape 2 times and I never noticed the man in the video. You have sharp eyes. Della did not know what to say at that point. All she could say was thank you for such a wonderful compliment. I guess that we just plain make a good team. There was a quiet between them then and they both gave each other genuine smiles. Some times by saying nothing people speak volumes. That was the case that day in the restaurant. Della knew now that they were falling in love. She hoped that nothing would happen to end the way that they felt at this time. Many people who had been good friends had taken the steps to romance, and when the romance had ended, they found that they also had lost their friendship. She was not sure that she was willing to take the chance. When they had finished eating, Perry and Della walked back to the office. They both walked arm in arm and Della did feel like she was refreshed and ready to watch the one remaining tape. This tape was the tape from the office and it would have a picture of everyone who had taken a room that day and for the week prior and the week after the murder. Perry had wanted to cover all bases. Little did she know, but Paul had another box filled with the tapes in his car. She would not be happy with that information. It would take days for her and Perry to watch every tape. After 4 hours of watching the tape with nothing happening, Perry got up and shut off the tape. I think that is enough for the day. It is now almost 7:30 and tomorrow is another day. Let's go home, Perry told her with a smile. As Della got ready to leave, Perry came up behind her and touched her gently on the shoulder. I was thinking that perhaps it would not be too late for you and I to go out for dinner. I do not want to think of you going home to some sort of leftover, and for me to make one more tuna fish sandwich. What do you say? Della turned around and found herself just inches from Perry's face. She started to answer him, but she had to back up a little. She backed up about a foot and smiled at him. That sounds good to me. I am hungry and I hate to come home so late. I make a mess in the kitchen / she told him with a smile. Once again the two of them left together from the office and walked arm in arm to the elevator and the garage. When they arrived at one of their favorite spots, Della and Perry were seated at their favorite table overlooking the lights of the city. It was a beautiful sight and the atmosphere of the restaurant was filled with romance. Once the dinner was done, it was time for them to take to the dance floor, Della hoped. Della was right and Perry asked her to dance with him right after they had finished their main meal. They walked to the dance floor together arm in arm, and once she felt his arm around her waist, Della was in heaven. They danced 4 times together. And then they went back to their table. They sat together in silence for a few moments. And then Perry told her, I think that it is time for us to leave. We have hours of more tapes to go over tomorrow. With that, Della was put back to reality. She would have a long day tomorrow, but It would be fine with her. Because it would mean that most of the day would be spent with Perry. So she just sighed and he took Perry's arm and off they went back to get her car. When Perry pulled his car up to Della's, he got out and opened the door for her. He then took her keys and unlocked the car door for her. He then kept the door open for her. Yes. He was a gentleman through and through. As she stepped out of his car so that she could get into her car, he took her hand. For just a moment the two of them touched and Della thought for a moment that he might kiss her, but Paul Drake's photography man waved to them. I was getting ready to give you a call when I saw you pull into the garage. The tape that you brought over to me was very grainy, but I think that by the morning it should be ready for you to watch. It should be clear enough for you to identify the man once I have completed the developing of the film. Thank you, Tom, for looking at the tape so quickly. If I am able to identify the man in the picture, we might be able to identify who the murderer is, Perry told him. Tom smiled at Della and Perry. He thought that the two of them looked like a nice couple / for a moment he thought that he might have come across them during a more private moment, and that he should have waited quietly for the proper moment for him to approach the two of them. They had spotted him first and acted as though there was nothing going on. Perhaps they were just talking. Della smiled as Tom went back to the elevator and turned to Perry. Well, that is good news. With any luck tomorrow we will know the identity of the man in the picture. Perhaps he can lead us to the murderer. Perhaps he is the murderer, she told him. I do hope that we have a few answers tomorrow, Della. If we know who the man is in the picture, perhaps he saw something, he told her. It was then that he started to lean toward the car and open the door. Della reached for the handle at the same time. And when they touched, Della closed her eyes just for an instant. When she opened her eyes, she found that Perry was looking at her with a questioning face. She smiled up at him and touched his cheek. She did not know why she did that. It just seemed the thing to do. Perry then put his hand around hers and smiled. He leaned down and kissed her. This kiss was a much deeper and longer kiss than the one that they had shared on the ship. It literally took Della's breath away. When they were done kissing, Della stepped back and studied the man that she admired so much. She was one lucky woman. Perry had decided that there was to be no going back for him or Della. If anything happened and they found themselves apart, what would be would be. He had wanted to go very slowly, and perhaps the 2 years he had waited to kiss her had been long enough for them. He looked down at Della and took her in his arms. We must find the time to talk, Della. I do not want us to go through the change in our relationship too quickly. It is important to me that we keep our business affairs and our personal affairs apart from each other. Do you think that can be done? He asked her. I think that it is possible. We would have to work on it. I think that two mature adults can be happy, as long as they are willing to give and take. I do know that working at your office is a job that I love. It is very interesting, and I think that when someone has been set free because of the work that I do, it makes me feel good. You and I make a good team, and I have always looked forward to going to work. Times change and people change. It is just part of life. Everything will work out of that, I am sure. Della told him. Sincerely. Every day that I go to work I feel lucky. The work that I do to help our clients makes my day. With you and Paul and some very good luck, my office has gotten to be a busy place. I enjoy every day, and you are one of the reasons that I enjoy it. We will work it out and it will work. That is a promise that I give you. Now go home and rest. We will see each other in the morning. With any luck we will discover the identity of the man in the fort, and perhaps there will be something else on the tape that we have not finished watching as of yet, he told her. With a smile. I am sorry, but while you were shutting off the lights and locking the doors, one of Paul's men delivered a full box of tapes for us to watch. I did think that 3 tapes was a very small number. Della smiled back, and somehow the few minutes of talk had settled her down a little. They could make both parts of their lives work. She left the garage that evening feeling like a woman who was in love with a wonderful man. She sang all the way to her house, and when she came in she could not wait to talk to Lori. Lori was in the kitchen when Della walked in. She came around the corner and smiled at her sister. Hi. I just made some coffee, would you like some? She asked. Della took a seat and gladly took the coffee that she was offered. It was another long day at the office. Perry and I went out to dinner, and when we came back we had a talk. He wants us to give the romance a try. He says that he wants to keep the romance and the business apart from each other. He and I think that if we are honest with each other, we both think that it will work. Della told her. Oh Della, that sounds so wonderful. I hope that it does work. The both of you deserve the best. Lori then leaned over and gave her sister a big hug. She knew that the first step had been taken, and that somehow her sister and Perry Mason would make their life together work. The next morning Della went to work and did her normal daily things. Perry arrived at the office just a few minutes past 11. He had to go to court to fill out some papers, and he had been held down by a call from Paul. Perry came into the office and gave Della a smile. I think that this case is starting to come together. I just spoke to Paul. And you would not believe who is renting the house that is in Doris' name. He paused, thinking that Della might have her own idea on the subject. I have been thinking about the house in Texas and was wondering who would want to put a home in Dora's name without her knowledge. I thought that perhaps the only person that would do that would be her aunt. It would be a good tax write-off if the property cost too much money, and it would also account for some of the funds that were missing out of the trust fund. Della told him. Della, you amaze me. You hit the nail right on the head. It is rented to some people who have nothing to do with the case. They just send the rent check to a realtor in Texas. It is there that they take their fee and then send the money to Doris' aunt here in LA. I am going to want to talk to the aunt at some time, but for now I will keep the information under my hat. He told her with a smile. Paul is looking into everything a little deeper and will be back in a couple of days. I had thought that you would be coming to the office soon, so I have the tape all set for us to watch. All that is left is for the popcorn, she said with a laugh. There has still been no word from Tom today. I was hoping that he would have the information for me when I arrived at the office. Perry told her as he pulled a chair up next to her. No, I have not heard from him, but he did say that he would let us know as soon as he had the information for us. He will call soon, I am sure, she told him as she hit the remote control to start the tape. Della and Perry had been watching the tape for about an hour when there was a knock on the back door. Della was surprised to hear the knock. Paul Drake was the only one that used the door usually, and he was in Texas. She opened the door and saw Tom standing there. He had a photo in his hand. Della welcomed him into the office and he handed the photo to Perry. The photo was a bit grainy, but there was no doubt who the man was that was in the picture. The man in the photo was his friend and associate attorney Williams. He handed the photo to Della, and he knew immediately that she recognized him too. Thank you, Tom, the photo is clear enough. I know who the man is. I just need to know why he was there at the photo on that date. Thank you for your time. After Tom had left, Perry put his hand on his chin and thought for a few minutes. He Was sure now that there was more to this financial mess than one could see from the surface. Now he was sure that his friend had something to do with the money from his customers. And possibly other people's trust funds. He was sure that he either suspected what was going on and was keeping an eye because of it, or he was involved. Perry hoped that he was not involved, as they had been friends for over 5 years. Perry and Della watched the tape for another 4 hours. There was nothing on this tape, but again they both needed a break. Paul would be back in about 2 hours and he was getting hungry. Della got up and stretched. It had been a good day, tiring, watching all those tapes. Were hard on the eyes. But the talk that she and Perry had last night had put her back at ease, and she had been at ease for the first time that week. She was getting hungry. And she would settle for anything. Why don't we have some sandwiches sent up? I don't mind. That sounds good to me. I would like to look at another tape. I think that we are getting close to finding out what really happened that evening. Somewhere on the tape is the murderer. He had to go into the room somehow. It is a shame that the cameras were set to scan the areas and were not set to tape a certain area all of the time. Whoever went in the room that night has not shown up anywhere on any tape. We must keep watching. Della leaned over to pick up the phone. She was going to call the deli just around the block and order some sandwiches. Perry was putting the tape into the DVR when Gertie knocked on the door. Mrs. Clemens was out in the outer office, and she said that it was very important that she speak to Mr. Mason. Let her in. He then pulled his chair back to behind his desk, and Della moved the television to the other end of the room. Mrs. Clemens came in and took a seat. She looked a little nervous when she took the seat. I have been on the phone with a tenant of mine. It seems that they were outside their home, and that someone has been asking questions about a home that I have in El Paso, Texas. I want you to know that just 3 years ago, when the elder Mr. Davis died, I had a bad feeling about how some of my niece's money was going to be handled. Under the terms of the will, I could take some of the money and invest it for her. I took that money and purchased a home that had belonged to my parents for my niece. I had hoped that the younger Mr. Davis would not be able to find out about it because it was in Texas. That home has given Dora a small steady income. But now, somehow, the police are under the impression that it was some kind of hidden property. I do not know what to do now, she told them. You had the right to invest a small portion of Dora's trust fund, and a purchase of real estate can be made out of state. It would have been hidden property if it had not been listed in Dora Clemens' name. You have done nothing wrong under the law. But you did clear up a question that I had, and I am glad that you did. Do not worry, we are working hard on finding the real murderer, and your niece will soon be free from any types of restrictions. I promise you that. Perry told her. He stood up and shook her hand, and Della held the door open for her. That meeting has settled one thorn in my side. When Paul told me that the home had belonged to Dora, but that the checks were coming to her aunt had been doing her niece the right thing. She was trying to protect Dora from an attorney that she did not quite trust. Perry told Della with a frown. I am afraid that perhaps Mr. Davis was not to be trusted. But they keep on referring to him as the younger Mr. Davis, and he does not look that young to me. He looks as though he is in his 40s. Della told Perry. Now we really must watch the tape. The answer is on the tape, I know it is. Just then Gertie knocked on the door and brought them their much-needed sandwiches. Della took Perry's sandwich out and put it on a plate for him, and then did the same with hers. She handed him his lunch, and she took a seat to eat hers. For a moment she thought that Perry was going to get up and bring the television over, but he did not, and for the next 10 minutes they sat together in silence. Perry was thinking to himself about what Mrs. Clemens had said. It was true that she had the right to use some of the trust and the money was used for a good purpose, but I cannot help but wonder how much of the trust the aunt touched. Perry was thinking quickly. And Della knew that she should say nothing. He was just thinking out loud. She agreed that the aunt could not be completely disregarded, but Della felt good about her. She wanted to know why Attorney Williams had been at the hotel that evening. Perry was going to meet him the next morning in his office. Perhaps he would be able to explain everything to him. She had also known the attorney for almost as long as Perry, and she did not want to think that he had anything to do with murder. Perry was busy pulling the television close to them once more and had now pulled his chair back to the same spot that he had been sitting in for the past 2 days. Della sat back and started to watch the tape again. This time the tape had only been running for a period of about 10 minutes when both Perry and Della saw something that caught their eye. There in the middle of the room, filling out a room slip, was none other than the wife of Mr. Mathers, Marion. She was with a man that neither Della or Perry knew. He appeared to be in his early 30s. Perry tried once again to zoom in, but the picture was too blurry. Della, give a call to the hotel and see what room number Mrs. Mathers registered in. Maybe she rented the room for her husband that night, but I do not think so. We have already seen him come in and register himself, Perry told her. Just then there was a knock on the back door. Their friend Paul Drake was back from Texas, and Perry needed him to go to the hotel. Perry, I just got back and I thought that I had some important information for you. I know that you now know who owns the house and the reason that she says she purchased the home, but there is something else that you should know. The people who live there now are the brother of the murder victim, Mr. Mathers, and his family. The name threw me for a moment, but he is his half-brother and his last name is Clark. He has been known to be in LA from time to time and has a lengthy prison record. Do you have a picture of Mr. Clark? Perry asked him. Why, yes I do. Paul told him and handed Perry a picture of Mr. Clark. Perry took one look at the photo and handed it to Della. The man that they had just seen going into the hotel lobby was Mr. Clark. He had been at the hotel with Mr. Mathers' wife on the day before the murder. Della, give a call to the hotel and see if they will cooperate and let Paul take a copy of the hotel register for that day. I want to see if someone else under the name of Clark or Mathers registered as a guest that day, and what room number did they take. Della called the hotel and the manager said that he would be more than willing to help, and that he would look it up for them. A Mr. Arthur Clark and wife had taken the room next to the room where Mr. Mathers had been murdered. The room did have adjoining room, and yes, there was a way to gain entry to room 8 from room 7. Della hung up the phone and told Perry what she had just found out. Paul, you and I are going to go over to the hotel right now. I want to see if there is any sign that someone may have used some sort of substance to copy a key, or that someone has used the door between the 2 rooms. I want you to keep watching the tapes. There may still be information on them also. I will be back hopefully with some good news, Perry told her. With that, Della took a seat alone in the office and turned the television back on so that she could watch the tape. She sat there and saw nothing for almost 2.5 hours, when in the background she noticed someone walking past the window of the office. The man going by the office was Mr. Davis. He headed toward room 8, but the film did not go far enough to the right so that she could see where he had gone that night. She marked down the time so that Perry could look at it when he came back. She watched the tape for about another half an hour, when she heard her friends Perry and Paul return. They had some success with the hotel log and had been given a copy of it for the week prior. And the week after the murder. Perry and Paul had hoped that another name might show up in the log. Perry smiled at the two men and told them, well, I had some luck of my own. Let me show you what I found. She took the remote and rewound the tape to the time where she had seen Mr. Davis. Both the men took one look at each other and nodded. They had suspected that Mr. Davis was the man that the clerk had seen that day. The next morning Perry was going to meet with his friend Attorney Williams, and perhaps they would have all their answers then. But for now it was late and it was time for the three friends to go home. I need to go home and get my house ready for my brother Dave. Don't forget that the two of you are invited to my house tomorrow night for dinner, Perry reminded them. Oh, Perry, Sue and I always enjoy having dinner at your house and we are looking forward to it, Paul told him as he walked back out of the office once again. I will be there too. It is always a pleasure seeing your brother Dave. He is a very nice man, Della told Perry. The day had been a good one and Della was sure that they were very close to figuring out what had happened to Mr. Mathers at the hotel on that fateful night. She went around the office, shutting off the lights and making sure that all of the doors were locked, and then walked out of the office on the arm of Perry. Perry walked her to the car and gave her a sweet smile. I think that we can make this thing work, Della, and with that he opened the door for her and she got in the car to go home. When Della got home she had lots of things to do. She had not done any work in the yard, and the leaves from the trees were starting to pile up. She made a note of it in her head that she had better call the landscape company, and of all things her washing machine had chosen this to be the day that it would no longer work. She would have to call the appliance repair man. In the morning too, Lori had left her a note telling her that she had a date that night and that she would not be home for supper. It was usually Lori that found herself at home alone, so Della did not mind having her dinner by herself. She had just put a dinner in the oven when her phone rang. It was her mother. Her mom usually called about once a week and Della was glad to hear her voice on the other end. Her mother was calling to start making plans for Thanksgiving. She wanted to know what she and Lori had plans. Usually Lori and her would make it a point to either have them come to their home or sometimes they would come and visit their parents over the weekend. Her mother and father lived only about an hour away, and even in holiday traffic it was not too long a ride for them to make any time. Della told her mother that it was a little early to start thinking about Thanksgiving, but she would talk to Lori and get back to her. Her mom and dad were fine and everything was fine at the home. She just wanted to know what Della thought she would be doing. You are welcome to bring anyone here that you would like, you or Lori, you know. She knew that her mother was hinting about either one of them bringing a man home, but her mother had met Perry and did not know that he and Della were now a little more serious than the last time that she had seen him, and Della wanted to keep it that way at least for now. So she said to her mother, "Thanks Mom, I will let Lori know. And I will get back to you," and with that, she hung up. Perry had just gotten home when he received a call from his friend Michael Williams asking him to come to his office. He had something to tell him that could not wait until the morning. So Perry went back out to meet with his friend. When he arrived at his friend's office, Perry was surprised to find it dark. He stepped into the reception area and some lights came on automatic. Ally. With the lights on he could see that someone had been there and had now left. He called to his friend and got no answer. That is when he went into Mike Williams' office. Even in the dark he could see Mike sitting at his desk, but as he stepped closer he found that he had a letter opener stuck in his chest and he was dead. Who would want his friend dead? He was sure that the two murders could be tied in together. but who would have the most to gain by both of these men being dead? His first phone call was made to the police, and then he called Paul. He would need Paul's help in finding out any information that the police had on the case, and fast. He was met by Lt. Trag, who had lots of questions for the lawyer, who had no information for him. He had seen nothing in the hallways, and there were no other cars in the parking lot. He had received a call from his friend asking him to meet him at the office that evening, and he had come over to talk to him. It had been about a half an hour before he had arrived. It was near to midnight when Perry finally got to go back home. He was glad that he had hired a caterer to handle the dinner party that he was going to have the next evening, but he knew that Della and him were going to be very busy that next day. It was going to be Friday, and many of the places that he needed to have access to would not be open on the weekend. He would call Della at the office and let her know that he was going to go back to the bank and talk to his friend once again. He was sure that someone at the bank knew about the mishandling of funds by the trustees. He was also sure that young Mr. Davis had something to do with the murders also, he just could not prove it. He called Della at the office as soon as she came in and told her to keep watching the tapes. He was sure that there was something on the tapes that would help his client. Della was getting ready to hang up the phone when the other line lit up. She picked up the other line, and it was Dora's aunt. She was in a panic. It seemed that Dora had gotten a call from a man that said he worked for Mr. Davis, asking her to come to his office. Dora and her aunt had thought that it would be okay to go because with the bracelet she was allowed to see her lawyer, so she let her go to the office. When Dora got to the office, she heard two men having a very loud argument, so she tried to hide around the corner of the room. She saw a man run out of Mr. Williams' office and tried to see him, but he was too fast and she was too scared. When she was sure that the man was gone, she went into Mr. Williams' office and found him dead. She ran out of the building and came straight home. Miss Street, the police came here just a few minutes ago and took Dora back to the police station. A man named Lt. Trag said to tell you that this time Dora was going to have to stay with them. She nearly cried to Della. Do not worry, Perry will handle it. I will let him know what is going on right away. Della promised her. Perry was surprised to hear his cell phone ring and see that Della was calling him so soon. He was sure that the news was not good, and he was right. Oh, why did his clients always get caught doing stupid things? He had not seen her that night. She must have just missed him. He told Della that he was on his way to the police station and that he would keep in touch with her. Call Paul and let him know what has happened also. Della called Paul, who was busy going through the real estate transactions at the registry of deeds, and acknowledged what had happened. There had to be more information for him somewhere in that office. Della then sat back and started to watch the tapes again. It was strangely quiet in the office, and watching pictures without sound was starting to put her to sleep. So she decided to take a small break. Then she looked at the clock. No wonder. She was tired and hungry. It was now a little after 1. Della was thinking about ordering from the deli once again when Perry called. Technically, Dora had not broken any rule by going to see her lawyer, and although she was now a prime suspect in another murder, they had allowed her to go home. He had just taken her home and was on his way in. Della asked if he would pick her up a sandwich, and he told her he would be glad to, and with that Della went back to watching the tapes. Della turned as she heard the familiar sound of the key turning in the lock and smiled at Perry, who had a sandwich and a bottle of soda with him. Why, thank you, sir, she told him with a smile. I was just thinking about lunch when you called. I spoke to Paul and he is at the registry of deeds looking up any real estate transactions. That involved the firm of Williams Bagley and Davis, and said that he has not had much luck as of yet, but he is still looking into it. I have been watching the tapes ever since you called. And have struck out there too. It is terrible what happened to your friend Mike Williams. The first feel very sorry for his wife and family also. Della told him. Something that he knew or something that he suspected is what got Mike killed. Della, I am sure that the two murders are tied in somehow, I just have not been able to figure out how. The answer is right in front of us, I am sure. Dora said that she had heard two men in his office arguing and that a man had run out the door while she was hiding. She was too upset. When I met her at the police station, once she calms down I want to talk to her again, and with that he leaned over and took a chip from her plate. They had just sat down to once again watch the tapes when there was another tap on the door. Della looked up to see the door open and Perry's brother Dave walk into the room. Dave was a handsome man with dark curly hair and broad shoulders. He smiled as he came in and gave his brother a hug and then turned to Della. "Oh Della, my sweet, if my brother does not soon claim you, I will make you mine," and with this he kissed her on the hand. Della smiled and pulled him up a seat. "So I did not think that the legal business was so slow that you now spend your time watching television," he told them with a grin. "No, actually we are watching some tapes of a hotel where a murder happened. We are looking for anything strange that happened on that day or for people who we might recognize. It is a long drawn-out process, because you cannot speed up the tape or anything because you might miss something important. Would you like to join us?" Perry asked him with a smile. "You have always been nothing but work, dear brother, you should get out once in a while and enjoy the real world. Della, you need to show him that there is more to life than just murder," he told them with a grin. "No, I was hoping that I could have the key to your pad so that I could get changed and comfortable. It is very nice of you to plan a dinner party for me." "It was not necessary, but thank you," he told his brother. "Here is the key, and do not burn the house down while I am gone," Perry told him with a laugh. "I will try my best to behave. I do hope that you will be there tonight, Della. You are the light in a world of darkness and always a pleasure to be around." And with that Dave walked out the door to leave Della and Perry alone. Della smiled at Perry and said he sure knows how to turn on the charm. "But the blarney. I was thinking of putting my rain boots on." And with that she smiled and took her seat to go back to watching the tape. That evening they closed the doors to the office at 5 o'clock. Della wanted to get home and get dressed for the dinner. It was not a formal affair, but she would certainly want to wear one of the newer dresses and put on her best cologne and jewelry. She would wear the pin and earrings that Perry had bought her for her birthday. The dinner was to be served at 7, so Della left her house at about 6:30. It would take her less than 15 minutes to get to his home, and there was a valet at the home that would park her car for her. She would arrive a little early, but not too early. She wanted to be prompt and on time. She was just going up the stairs when she saw Paul and Sue coming up behind her. They would arrive together and Della was pleased. Della did not have enough time with her friend Sue, and she was glad to see her that evening. She was wearing a lovely dress and Della could tell that it was new. Paul looked good, as he always did, and she was sure that Sue was mostly the reason for that. When they arrived at Perry's apartment they were greeted by the two brothers. Della had not thought that the two men looked alike, but when they stood together you could see the family resemblance. Perry took her hand and smiled. They all took their seats in the living room and the caterer offered them a drink. Della asked for a Tom Collins and took a seat on the divan across from her friends Sue and Paul. Perry took a seat next to her and Dave took the seat that was to the side of the two couches. Della was pleased that the divan was smaller and it gave her an excuse to sit nearer to Perry. It worked, because he had no choice unless he wanted his brother to take a seat next to her. All 5 of the adults took a seat and the conversation was quite lively. They were all good friends, and because Dave was Perry's brother he was accepted right into the little group. The dinner smelled very good and Della was starting to get hungry. Dinner was almost ready and so Della finished her drink. The waiter came over and offered them some pate. That was one of Della's favorites and she took 2 of them. She smiled at Perry and finished them in just 2 bites. He whispered in her ear, "I knew that you would not be able to resist them, that is why I asked the caterer to make some." The caterer announced that dinner was served and the small party went into the formal dining room. It had been tastefully decorated and Perry had her take the seat to his right. The meal was delicious and lively. It was a 4-course meal with roast beef and mashed potatoes. There was a wonderful gravy with peas and carrots. The dessert consisted of small individual pieces of strawberry shortcake that had sour cream on the top. It was scrumptious and Della enjoyed every minute of the meal. When the men had taken out their smokes for the after-meal, Della and Sue excused themselves and went into the bathroom to freshen up. That had always been the place that they had gotten to talk and not have the men around. They both knew that they would have 10 minutes before the men went to look for them. When the door was closed, Sue smiled at her friend. "Your dress and earrings are lovely. Aren't those the earrings that Perry gave you for your birthday?" she asked her with a grin. "Yes, they are. I wanted to wear them so that he would know how much I liked them. He has very good taste," Della told her with a smile. "Your dress is beautiful too. Is it new?" "Yes, I went shopping last Saturday while Paul was in Texas. He likes for me to wear green. He says it complements my eyes. Even Paul Jr. said that he thought I looked pretty. So how are things with you and Perry? You make such a sweet couple," she asked. "I am afraid that our personal life is still a work in progress. I am sure that you know. I am just not always sure that he does," she told her friend with a sigh. "But you should see the 3 dozen roses that he sent me Tuesday. They are long-stemmed and they smell great too. Well, he must be blind because you look great tonight. He must be taking you for granted. Perhaps you should try not being so available. I had to do that with Paul. If I hadn't, we would not be married. Take it from me, you can be on his side but not at it all the time. Try telling him that you have other plans the next time he asks you to go somewhere with him. He will spend the night wondering, believe me," Sue told her with a smile. "Be nice, be there, but say no once in a while." Della thought for a second. She might be right about saying no. She was always too willing to do things. Perhaps a no would be alright once in a while. A no would only work if she really did have other plans. The 2 of them walked out of the bathroom laughing and talking as friends do, and they were pleased to find the men seated in the living room once again. Della thought about taking the seat next to Paul, but just for a brief second. She sat down next to Perry and was served a fresh cup of coffee. The rest of the night went well. They ended but going out onto the rooftop. It was a little windy up there, but it was a warm night and the lights of the city were mesmerizing. Della loved to go onto the roof and look out. She felt as though she could touch the stars if she was to raise her hand to them. She was standing next to Perry and he put his arm around her. It had been a good night after all. The caterer company was busy cleaning up the dishes and the home when the 5 of them returned to the penthouse. It was after 10 and Paul, Della and Sue were going to have to return to their homes. Paul was going to be busy working for Perry the next day, and that night he had planned to sit outside of the Davis house and watch the activity once again. Perry walked with Della to her car. The valet service stopped at 9 that evening and he did not feel comfortable letting her go to her car alone. It was a large city and sometimes it was not safe for someone to be outside alone, especially a woman. "Thank you for coming tonight. I had a great time." He reached over to give her a hug and once again their lips met. He was a very good kisser, or so she thought. She had never been kissed as an adult. Oh, she had a boyfriend in college, but that had been all. They stayed in each other's arms for a few more moments and then she got into her car and went home. Perry went upstairs and paid the caterer. They had done a great job and the place looked as if nothing had gone on in there, even though the party had just ended not 15 minutes ago. When he walked into the room, his brother was sitting on the couch smoking. "Perry, I wanted to thank you for the dinner and the party. It was wonderful and the food was out of this world," he told him with a genuine smile. "Well, thank you. It was nice to spend some time with family and friends and not be at work. We should get together more often," Perry told his brother. Dave could not help but smile. His quiet, well-dressed brother who never dated anyone was standing in front of him with lipstick on his lips. Perhaps he wasn't as shy as he thought. "Speaking of family, our mom and dad would like to have us come to their home for Thanksgiving. I think that I can be there for them. They want you to give them a call and let them know of your plans," David told him. Perry had not yet thought about his plans for this Thanksgiving. He had gone to his parents for the past 5 years and thought that his plans would not change. He would like to spend some of the day with Della, but they might be able to get together either the day before or the weekend afterward. He thought that she probably would have her own plans. "I was thinking that I would be going to mom and dad's house like I have been going," he told his brother. "Well, they just want to know so that mom can make plans, so if you could give them a call, they would appreciate it," he smiled. Perry took a seat on the couch and relaxed and lit a cigarette. He was used to staying up much later than this and he had no office hours the next day. It was not often that he had time to spend with his brother. They played a couple of games of cards and talked the night away. It was after 1 when they finally went to bed. Dave was going to be there for one more night, so they would spend the day together on Saturday. Paul had arrived at the Davis home and was settling down for a long night of watching the home, when to his surprise the police arrived at the house. They came with lights, but no siren. They surrounded the house and 2 uniformed officers knocked on the door. Paul watched in amazement as Mr. Davis was taken into custody. It was detectives, not homicide, and he would have to follow them downtown to the station. He got on the phone and called Perry. Perry had just climbed into bed and that phone call had him up and wide, heard the phone and stuck his head out the bedroom door. "Something happen with one of your cases?" he asked. "Yes, it would seem that a suspect in a murder case that I am involved in has just been arrested. I think that it might be on another matter, though," Perry told him. "I am on my way to the police station. I want to talk to the detectives," and with that Perry Mason was on his way downtown once more. When he arrived at the station, he was told that Mr. Davis was not there and that he had been brought to the FBI headquarters just down the street. It was as Perry suspected. He was sure that Mr. Davis had been arrested for taking funds from some of his trustees. When something is taken over the state line, it becomes a federal issue. Perry placed a call to the only remaining member of the firm, Edward Bagley. He reached his answering service and asked the service to have him call him right away. Mr. Mason was not friends with Ed Bagley but had spoken to him on several occasions. He had the appearance of a man that could be trusted and he had never heard anything negative about him. He needed to talk to him and find out why the FBI had arrested Mr. Davis. Perry was pretty sure of the reason, but he wanted to make sure that he was right. At this point he was working on a double murder case and he was not sure that the FBI had the right man. Mr. Bagley called Perry back right away and agreed to meet him at the office. Perry wanted to have Della with him, but he decided to let her sleep as it was now 3 in the morning. When Mr. Bagley came into the office, it looked to Perry like he had a rough week. He gladly took a cup of coffee that Perry offered and took a seat. "What I have to stay need to stay here if possible. I know that you might have to use some of the information, but if that can be avoided I would appreciate it. Just over 2 years ago, my partner, Mr. Davis, died suddenly of a heart attack. His son had been an attorney for over 6 years. But he was not a good lawyer and had tried to run his law office alone. His father knew that his son was not a good attorney, but it was his son. Once his father died, Junior used the contract that the 3 of us had once signed that had an option for our children to join the firm if they ever earned their law degree." He paused for a moment. "So what happened, Ed? You need to tell me." Perry encouraged him. After a few moments he began again. "Well, at first there were a few complaints that Mike and I would hear someone that should have been given probation had been sent to prison. And then the phone calls started to come in. When Junior would not answer the calls, the people began calling the general office number and the people of my staff were being harassed with several calls a day. Most of the people on the line were looking for their money and some had been quite threatening. Both Mike and I confronted him, but he just kept saying that it was all right, that he had made a few bad investments, but the money was starting to turn around. And that he was working on a real estate deal. All the investors would be playing a different tune once that came through. It was to be worth millions. Then Dora Clemens came into the office. Her aunt had been a client of ours for years, and Dora had turned 21. She was due to have full access to her trust fund and Davis was refusing to release her account. When Mrs. Clemens called and confronted Mike and me about the missing money, we confronted Davis. He did not know where the money had gone. He had not touched the money. Of that he was sure. But with all of the problems that he was having, Mike and I were worried. When I ran the audit on the account, it was found to be over $150,000 short. But, when I checked the account, I could find no reason for the money being missing either. I had a private firm look into the matter, and the findings are just preliminary. But they do not believe that Junior had anything to do with the missing funds. Mike was to meet with Junior on the night that he was murdered. I do not know if perhaps Junior Davis was the murderer or not. This has been a real worry of mine ever since Mr. Mathers was murdered, and then he finally took a breath. If you could give me a copy of the accounting firm's findings as soon as you can, I would appreciate it. Did you know that Dora Clemens' aunt had used some of the funds in her niece's trust fund to purchase a house in El Paso, Texas? Perry asked. Did you say a house in El Paso? No, but something about that rings a bell with me. Do you know who she purchased the home from? He asked Perry. Dora's aunt said that she bought the house from her parents' estate when they passed away. She had felt that it was a good investment. Why? I want to go back to my office and check our records. The house in El Paso rings a bell, but I do not think that the house belonged to Mrs. Clemens' parents. I will go over the records this weekend and get back to you on Monday. And with that the two men shook hands and left for their respective houses. Perry finally got into bed that morning at 4. He was very tired and knew that Dave had made plans for them on that day. He had set his alarm for 8 and got up on his own at 7:45 on his own. He took a shower and came out into the living room. Dave was sitting in the kitchen drinking a cup of coffee and reading the newspaper. "Good morning, brother. You look as though you could use a cup of my strong coffee," and he handed him a large mug of black coffee. Usually he drank coffee with cream and sugar, but this morning he needed it black. "So what do we have on the planning board for today?" he asked as he took a large sip of the very strong coffee. "I was thinking of going with you to a few of the art museums that they have here in town. I just moved into a new apartment and would like to hang some art to make it feel more like a home. The apartment is large and nice, but the walls are plain. I have no idea what kind of art I just know that when I see a piece that I like, I will take it," he told him. "That sounds good to me," Perry told him with a smile. With Paul gone for the weekend and Paul Jr. with his grandparents, Sue had called Della the next morning. "I was wondering if you would be interested in doing something together today. I have nothing important planned." "What would you like to do?" she asked her. "The shopping mall, maybe a manicure and pedicure. What do you think?" she asked her friend. "That sounds like a great way to spend the day. Lori just left to go to some kind of sporting event and she will be gone most of the day. Let's go and forget about the guys and all of the work and the problems that come with their jobs," Della told her. Sue had said that she would be there within the hour, so Della went to her room to get dressed. She knew that she wanted to wear shoes with an open toe because when you got a pedicure you had to keep your toes exposed so that the nails could dry. She dressed smartly as always, but comfortable because they were going to be walking most of the day. After all, the mall had over 100 stores for them to look at also. Neither one of them had any place that they needed to be, and if they were needed they both had cell phones on them. The two girls had a great day and looked dressed to kill when they left the mall that evening. Della had bought herself 2 new pairs of shoes and 2 new dresses to match the shoes. Sue had bought 3 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes also. When they got into the car, they were both tired. They drove to Della's house and Della invited Sue in. Sue declined, saying that she was tired and wanted to go home and rest. Della was glad that she had wanted to go home as she was tired also. It had been a pleasant day and Della had been pleased that she had not gotten a call from Perry. With everything going on with the murder investigation, she was sure that he could use her watching some more of those tapes. She thought about calling and offering to help him, but when she got home Lori and her friends were all in her living room. "Oh Della, we were just getting ready to go out. We are going to one of the new nightclubs that just opened. We were hoping that you would come home, because we want you to come with us. Come on, it will be fun. It will be a girls' night out," Lori told her. "Lori, I have been out shopping all day, I am tired. Maybe some other time," Della told her. "We will not take no. You cannot stay at home all alone, come on. Put on one of the new dresses that you bought at the mall and come with us. You need to loosen up. We will stay here and party if you refuse me," she told her. Della looked at the group of friends in her house and knew that if they did stay there she would not get any rest like Lori said. Her friend Sue had told her that she needed to go out to different places. "All right, I will go. But I warn you, I am boring company. Give me a few minutes to get dressed," and with that she went to her room. Meanwhile Perry and his brother had just finished dinner, when Dave came out with the idea to go out to one of the new nightclubs in town. They were both young and single, and Perry was one of the most eligible bachelors in town. "Perry, we could have a great time. You need to get our once in a while. There are many fish in the sea, you know." Perry thought about it for a while and then agreed to go. He had the new outfit that he had Bought just the other day thinking of a future date with Della and went into his room to get dressed for the nightlife. It had been a long time since he had been out on the town, so they would call it, and what better person to do it with than his brother. When Dave and Perry arrived at the local nightclub, they were let right in. The bouncer recognized him and they did not have to wait. They looked at the long line and thought to themselves, thank God that we do not have to wait there to get in. It looked like there was a 2-hour or more wait. Neither one of them noticed Lori and Della standing there in line and went on in. Lori saw Perry and called to him, but he did not hear her. She told the man that he was a friend of theirs and he laughed at her. No, this is my sister, her name is Della Street. And she is his private secretary. The man had heard of Della and they were allowed right in. The crowd was so bad that it nearly took Della's breath away. She looked for Perry but could not find him, but the four of them managed to find a table. It was near the back of the room. But at least there was some air there that they could breathe. You could have cut the smoke with a knife, Della thought. Lori reached over and took her sister's arm. I know that this is not the type of place that you usually go to, but take a look around. There are many eligible bachelors here and they would all love to have a girl like yours that they could call their own. Perry was here, but he may be gone by now. It is crowded and we might not even see him anyhow. Come on. Let's have some fun. Della smiled at her and ordered a drink. It was so loud that it was near to impossible to talk to each other. But, sure enough, a man came over and asked Della to dance. He was handsome and Lori gave her a nudge. With reluctance she went out on the dance floor with him. He was a very nice man and it turned out that he was an attorney himself. He did not seem to recognize her, and when the dance was over he took a seat at their table. Della did not see Dave approach the table, but she heard his voice and turned to see him standing right beside her. May I have this dance, ma'am? He asked her with a grin. She nodded to the young man who had danced with her just a few minutes before and said, I would be honored, sir. They walked out to the dance floor arm in arm and he put his arm around her waist. He smiled and said, I saw you and that young man dancing a few minutes ago. He is a good looking young man. Is he your date? Why are you jealous? She asked him with a sincere look. Good one, Della. It is not often that I get a chance to dance with such a nice lady. Thank you for saying yes, he told her. Meanwhile, Lori had been looking for Perry. She spotted him over with the rest of the VIPs, sipping a drink and looking quite bored. She walked over to him and started to say something, when security came over and asked him if she was bothering him. No, sir, she is a friend of mine. Hi, Lori. I am surprised to see you here, he told her with a smile. I thought that I would try out one of the newer nightclubs in town. I was surprised to see you here, she smiled and said, how about a dance? Perry thought for a moment. He was not a very good dancer and he knew that Della had been easy on him. But this was Della's sister and he figured, all right. It would be my honor. And with that he gave her a bow and took her arm and they walked to the dance floor. They started to dance and Perry discovered that Lori was a good dancer. She did not look that much like Della, but there was something about her smile that reminded him of her. They had just started to dance when they bumped into Della and his brother Dave on the dance floor. They caught Perry completely by surprise and smiled as he said hello. Della did not why, but she felt guilty about dancing with his brother and she found herself blushing. Hi Perry, Dave saw me over at our table and asked me to dance. He did not tell me that you were here. This is a pleasant surprise. I hope you wouldn't mind, Dave, but may we switch partners? Perry asked. Thank you for the dance, Lori, we will have to do it another time, he said with a smile. Perry took Della by the hand and then put his arm around her waist. "You do not think that this was planned by the group, do you?" he asked her. "You know I do not think so. My sister and your brother have barely spoken to each other before, and she is always going out with her friends. I think that she genuinely thought that I was going to be home alone tonight and wanted me to have some fun. I will ask her when we get home, though," she told him with a smile. He pulled her closer and they started to dance the night away. It was so crowded that it was nearly impossible to dance anything but on top of each other, but neither one of them cared. They were there to have fun. After all, the agreement had been that they keep work and play separate, and this was the time to play. The night went quickly and Perry and his brother made quite a hit with Laura's friends. They each danced with all of them and Perry bought all of their drinks. It was closing time before the group left. It was a good night and Della and Perry had some time together alone also. Of course it was on a loud dance floor, but they had a chance to hold each other in their arms, and Della was pleased with that. She had been surprised by Dave. He was so nice to her sister and her friends. He even took down Laura's cell phone number and had promised that he would call her the next time that he was in town. Oh well, Dave was 3 years younger than Perry and Laurie was 3 years younger than her. Monday morning came and once again Della got ready for another busy day at the office. She had just put on the coffee when a man walked in. He looked familiar to her, but she was not sure of his name. He walked right over to her and introduced himself. "Good morning, Miss Street. I am not sure if you remember me or not. I am attorney Ed Bagley. I was hoping to speak to Mr. Mason. Is he in yet?" "I am sorry, but Mr. Mason has not come in yet. He should be here shortly. Would you like to take a seat?" Della asked the man. "Yes, I will wait. I have some information for him that I think he will consider important," he told her. Della walked into Perry Mason's private office and was about to place a call to him when he came in through the back door. She told him of Mr. Bagley being in the outer office and for her to let him in. Mr. Bagley took a seat and looked at Miss Street. "Miss Street is my most trusted friend and secretary. You can tell her anything that you tell me," he assured the man. "The last time that you and I spoke you mentioned a house in El Paso. I knew that I had heard something about a home there, and so I went to the office and with some difficulty I found the home. The home that you are talking about once belonged to a man named Arthur Clark. He is the brother-in-law of the bank teller that got murdered. There had been a discussion about the purchase of the property. We felt that Dora overpaid for the property and that Mather's brother-in-law got a very good deal. Not only did Dora overpay for the property, she has been paying the property tax and the upkeep on the property since then, and Mather's brother-in-law and his family has been paying little or no rent at all. Something about the way things were going had told him that something did not smell right. But still, that kind of news always was unsettling. He had thought that Dora's Aunt Nancy had been genuinely concerned for her niece, but he no longer thought that was the case. "I want to thank you for taking the time to come here and tell me this. It is of great help, and what was said the other night to me need not be repeated." Perry shook his friend's hand and Della led him out of the office. It was now time for Perry to make his move. He needed to move quickly because Nancy Clemens had a close eye on his client, and if she got wind of anything, he feared that Dora's life was in danger. "Della, I am going to go over to Dora's house and pick her up. I want you to get her a room at the Maker Hotel. While I am getting Dora, I do not want you to say anything to anybody about it. Once I get Dora to the office, I am going to the court and file an official change of address, and then, no, I want you to call Trag and ask him to meet me here in the Office in 1 hour. I will be back here with Dora as soon as I can, and with that he went out the back door. Just as Della was getting ready to study another tape, Perry called her and said, "See if you can get Hamilton Berger to come to the office too. They both need to be here." And with that, Perry was headed to Dora Clemens' home. Della made the necessary calls and waited nervously for the people to come to the office. She knew that both Perry and Dora's lives were in danger. There had already been 2 murders. For once Della was glad to see both LT Tragg and Hamilton Berger come into the office. She told them that Perry was on his way and that he would fill them in with everything that he knew when he got there. He was bringing Dora Clemens with him because he felt that her life was now in grave danger. Both Berger and Tragg looked at each other. They had been in a meeting together that morning and were getting ready to give Mason a call when Della called. They had found out about the house in El Paso and of the man by the same name who lived in that house, and the information that he had spent the night before the murder in the room next to the room where the room was committed. They were also now aware of the fact that the rooms were joining rooms and that a key to that door was now missing. They also had found out that Arthur Clark had spent the night at that hotel on many occasions, meeting Mr. Mathers there. Room number 8 was the room that they usually took. But this had been the first time that they had rented 2 rooms. That was why the hotel manager had not recognized the name. They too thought that perhaps Dora was in danger and were glad to find out that Perry was on his way to pick her up. They would prefer to keep her where they thought that she would be safe until they were able to look into things a little deeper. Della was relieved when she saw Perry walk out of the law library. Since he did not have Dora with him, by the nod of his head she knew that he had left her in there. "Good morning," he told the group. "Everyone take a seat. I need to tell you what I have found out and why I now think that my client Dora Clemens might be in danger. It has bothered me since the first murder that even though I have watched hours of security camera tapes and there does not seem to be a large number of people going in and out of the room, I also wondered why would be unable to account for over $150,000 that should have been in the trust account. I have been told that Mr. Davis has been in his office trying to figure out where the money had gone. It is my opinion that he is not a crooked lawyer. He is just not the smartest. I think that he went to Attorney Williams for help with the case, and Williams figured out what had happened, and was killed because of his knowledge. He looked at the 2 men and watched for signs that they felt the same way." Berger was the first to speak. "The district attorney's office does not think that there is enough evidence to order the arrest of Nancy Clemens at this time, but we do approve of putting her niece under the protection of the police. I will send an officer to keep an eye on her room at the hotel and an plain-clothed officer to keep an eye on the lobby. We are interested in her safety, and if she is innocent we of course will help you find out who the murderer truly is. At this moment I think that Dora will be better off away from her aunt. I am not totally convinced that her aunt is the murderer. She might not know about her brother-in-law and his dealings. I am working on that part. I just needed you to know why I was moving Dora. And I wanted your approval," Perry told them. "As long as Dora continues being monitored and as long as we keep an officer near her room for protection, I see no problem," Tragg told him. "Thank you for your protection. I will let you know as soon as I learn anything that might assist you with the case and the freeing of my client. I just need to once again convince her not to let her aunt know where she is. She seems to think that she needs to call her aunt and let her know. I did not want to tell her everything and scare her, but she may need to know at some time due to the danger," Perry told them. Both Perry and Della said their thanks and the 2 men walked out the door together. It was Then that Perry went into the library and got Dora. Dora, I am going to take you to the hotel now. You are going to be given police protection as I fear that someone may try to harm you. There has already been 2 murders and I do not want to see another. You must tell no one where you are, especially your aunt, he warned her. After the 2 men left, Perry turned to Della and told her try to reach Paul. We need to watch some more of the tapes. I think that we are going to find out what was going on that night at the hotel room number 8. I also need to know if he has any more ideas on who the man was that Dora had seen that night leaving Mr. Williams' office. Della called Paul and he said that he would get right on it. With that, Perry had pulled out the television once again and Della took a seat to watch some more of the tapes from the hotel where the murder had taken place. Perry took Dora and headed out the door with her to put her at her new home, the hotel. He would be back once she was settled. As Perry drove through the city streets, he talked to Dora. He wanted her to think that he thought of her as an adult, not a child, but he wanted her to know that he cared what was going to happen to her if he was not careful and that he cared for Dora. I know that it is hard for you to understand, but someone has touched a large portion of your trust fund. That person is at this time not known to us. We have several suspects and all must be watched very carefully. Your aunt may be innocent but she may have some involvement, I am not sure. As soon as my men have finished investigating the case you will be a free woman to do what you want, but for the meantime it is in your best interest that you stay at a local hotel and have a policeman there as a bodyguard. Hopefully, this will all be over in a few days. Do you understand the danger that you could be in? There has already been 2 murders. Also, if you call your aunt and someone gets hold of your phone, they will be able to trace your aunt's steps. Perry told her. I understand and know that there could be danger ahead, but my aunt has been my strength ever since my parents' death. She has been good to me and I trust her. Because of what you said, I will not contact her until you have finished your investigation on one condition. That is that my aunt have police protection too. Dora told him. The district attorney has placed your aunt under protection and she will be watched wherever she goes. No one will be able to hurt her, I promise you that. Perry told her sincerely. Okay, then it is settled. I will not talk to anyone until I hear from you, she told him dejectedly. Once Dora was all set and Perry was sure that the guard was in place, he headed back to the office. When he got back to the office it was after 2 and as usual Della was starved. She was still sitting in the chair watching the tapes, but had seen nothing special all day. Perry reached over and paused the tape. I am sorry that it is so late. I would think that you would be ready to have some lunch. I right about that? Perry asked her. As always, I am starved by 2 o'clock. Have you had anything to eat since breakfast? She asked him. No, I have not eaten since breakfast and yes, I am hungry. Why don't we take a short break and go to the luncheonette on the corner? Perry offered. It sounds good to me, she told him with a smile. Della grabbed her coat and they were on their way to a late lunch. At this point both of them needed not only something to eat but a break from the stress of their job. So they both ate quietly and a little slowly. When they had finished the lunch they left and headed back to the office. When they got to the office they were met in the hall by Paul. He had finally found out some information for them and he was sure that for once it was good news. He went in through the back door with Perry and Della and took a seat. He then took out his notebook and started to read what was in it for them. I finally found the connection between Davis and Mathers. Mathers was his in at the bank. Whenever someone was behind in their taxes or mortgage and Mathers thought that the property could be purchased cheaply, Mathers would call Davis. Davis in turn would hide the purchases by showing them as investments with his clients. It worked until the real estate market started to go sour. All of a sudden they found themselves with property that was not selling as quickly as it once had, and the money was starting to get scarce. And because the economy had also gone sour, people were looking into taking money out of their accounts, and Davis did not have the money to cover their requests. When I started to look into El Paso, Texas, I found that the real estate market had never crashed there and that the market was still very healthy. Davis had the idea that perhaps they could start investing there. He hired his own half-brother-in-law to work the market there, but he was a crook. He was keeping most of the money that he collected in Texas for himself. At this point Davis was getting wise and went to his partner at the law firm, attorney Williams. Williams looked over the account and called Arthur Clark. Clark came out here and got into an argument with Williams the first thing and killed him. Paul told Della and Perry. It was a lot for the two of them to swallow, and Perry thought about it for a moment. That does make sense, Paul, you could be right. If it is true, Nancy Clemens could be innocent. Yes, she could be innocent of killing Mr. Williams, but what about Mr. Mathers? By the time the murder occurred at the hotel, we know that Mr. Clark was in Texas. Della offered. We know that he rented the room the day before the murder and that someone lost the key to the adjoining room. Who was the person in room 7 on the night of the murder? Paul asked. There was no one in the room on the night of the murder. Perry offered. The three friends sat and thought, and it was back to the tapes. They were sure that something was going to show up on one of those tapes, and they just had to keep looking. This time, to get going faster on the tapes, he gave Paul 2 tapes to bring home with him and watch. Della would take 2 and Perry would take 2 home with him. They might be able to finish the tapes within the next couple of days if they double and tripled things. Perry and Della spent the rest of the afternoon watching the tapes with no luck once again. The last thing that Della felt like doing was spend time at home watching the tapes, but that was the young lady Dora Clemens' best hope for freedom, and she knew that she needed to watch them for the young girl. That evening when she came in carrying the tapes, Lori thought it would be fun to help her sister, so she sat down with Della, and in the living room they started to watch the tapes together. It was a little boring because there was no sound on the tapes, and for the most part all you saw was women and men coming in and signing the guest book. Lori knew that she was supposed to be watching for anything strange, but she had not seen anything so far. They finished the first tape with no luck, and Della was starting to think that she would never find anything when 5 minutes into the second tape she saw something. She stopped the tape and rewound it 3 minutes. She went forward but at a slow speed and stopped the tape. At 5 minutes and 15 seconds. There at the counter was standing Ed Bagley. He was signing the register, but neither Della or Lori could read the date. They could estimate the time of day, but without the help of Tom they would not be able to read the name that he was using either. Della called Perry and told him what she and Lori had found, and he told her, "Good work. I will call Paul and see how soon he can have Tom take a look at the tape, and I will call you right back." Della looked at her clock and noted that it was only 8:30, so there might still be time for Tom to look at the tape tonight. The information on the tape was too important. She waited at the phone and Perry called her back in about 5 minutes. "I was able to reach Paul and he wants to come by and pick up that tape. He is going to bring the tape to Tom at his house, and he says that Tom said that he should have our answer in the morning." "Thank you, Perry. Let me know if anything else happens tonight. I will see you in the morning." And with that Della hung up the phone. 10 minutes had not gone by when Della saw Paul pull up out front, and she opened the door for him. She handed him the tapes and told him the same thing that she had told Perry. Let me know if anything happens tonight. I am not going to sleep with all this excitement. She told him. If something happens you will be the first person I think of. Della. See you in the morning. Okay. Paul told her, and with that he was out the door. Della had a restless sleep, but nobody called and she went to the office at the regular time. She listened to the messages and made the coffee. It was when she was in Perry's private office that she heard the familiar knock on the door and expected to see Paul, but it was Tom. He had zoomed in on the hotel logbook and he had it so that it could be read. Della took out the photo and got the surprise of her life. Mr. Bagley had rented room number 8. But he was not signing in, he was signing out. She knew that could mean but one thing, or at least that is what she thought. When Della got back to the office, Gertie told her that Nancy Clemens had been calling all afternoon. She was frantic. Dora had not been at the house when she had gotten back from shopping and she was not answering her cell phone. Della was not sure what to do because Perry had put her in the hotel because he was no longer sure that Dora was safe living with her aunt. She knew that under no circumstances would Perry want to let Nancy Clemens to know where her niece was. Della was pacing back and forth when Perry came into the office that day. When Perry had come in, "Good morning, Perry. We had a visitor this morning." Tom came with the photo of the hotel register. "Here, took a look. Another problem is Nancy Clemens has been calling all morning. She is in a panic because Dora is missing. If she does not get some kind of call from someone, she is going to probably come here. What do you want me to tell her?" Della asked. Perry picked up the phone and called Nancy Clemens. "I am sorry that no one has gotten back to you, but I have been busy. I have had to move Dora to a spot that is unknown to the murderer. When she told me that she had been in the office when Attorney Williams had been murdered, I worried that if the murderer found out he might come after her. I am sorry, but I am not at liberty to tell you where she is. All I can say is that she is safe, and as soon as the murderer is found she will be back in your house." Perry looked at her with a question in his eyes. He knew that she thought that she had just solved the mystery. He opened up the envelope and, like Della, he was surprised by the contents. In the folder, Perry went to his desk and looked at his tape recorder. He always taped everything that happened at the office, and he was sure that the tape had been running when he had met with Ed Bagley. He looked, and yes, he did. He started to leave the office and then he took a look at his friend and confidant. "Della, you want to go and solve this murder case or not?" Della went around the desk and she grabbed her coat off of the rack as they hurried out the front door this time. "Do you mind telling me where we are going?" she asked him. "We are headed to see Dora at the hotel. I think that she might be able to identify the voice on this recorder. If she can, I will know who the murderer is, and so will you. I want to get there quick, because if I am right, she is in very real danger," he told her as he hurried through the streets toward the hotel. When they reached the lobby of the hotel, they nodded to the undercover officer and headed up to Dora's room. They knocked and Dora opened the door. "Dora, I need a favor from you. Will you listen to the voice on this recorder and tell me if you recognize the voice?" Perry asked her. Dora shook her head yes and took a seat on the bed. Perry started the tape and Dora listened intently. She listened for a few minutes and then said, "Yes, that is the man that I heard arguing with Mr. Williams that night. He was the man that was yelling at him, and then he ran out of the office." Perry then knew that it all fit. That is why no one came in or out of the office building that night from the front. Ed Bagley had a private entrance like Perry had. He could have easily gone into the office without being remembered or noticed. He belonged there. You Have never met Mr. Bagley? Perry asked Dora. No, I did not go to the office often and I have never met Mr. Bagley. I have just heard of him from the name on the door. Dora told him. I want you to stay here for just a couple more days, Dora. We are very close to solving this mystery. I now am pretty sure who killed Mr. Williams. I must now know who killed Mr. Mathers. There is a possibility that it was two different people, Perry told her. Della took her hand and gave her a reassuring smile. Everything is going to be okay, I promise you this. As soon as we learn anything I will call you, she promised the young girl. Della got into the car with Perry after they both told the officer in the lobby to keep a very careful eye out this day. Perry felt that something might be happening in the next couple of days because the murderer must be aware that the law was closing in on them. Perry was deep in thought, and as Della rode with him she was aware of it and said nothing. In the meantime she was thinking hard also. There still was a problem. Why would Bagley have murdered Mr. Mathers? It was then that a thought came to Della. What if it was not anyone that they had seriously considered to be a suspect? What if the murder had been done because of something else entirely? What if they had been looking in the wrong place the whole time? She looked over at Perry and was about to tell him what she was thinking. Perry looked at her and said, I think I know who the murderer is. We have been busy looking into all kinds of reasons why Mr. Mathers was murdered. We have been stuck on the thought that he was involved in the stealing of money from his clients and a bad real estate deal. What we have ignored is the fact that we saw Marion Clark on the tape going into the hotel that day. I do not remember seeing her leave. What if she had found out that her husband had been hanging around this hotel and thought that he was having an affair? He looked over at Della. You know, Perry, that makes sense. She may have found the key that her husband had in one of his pockets. She may have confronted him and killed him in a fit of rage she offered. Perry pulled over in the rest area that was up ahead and called Paul. Paul, the first want you to look into Mrs. Mathers. I want you to look into how solid the Mathers marriage was, and can you get back to me as fast as you can? Thanks. And with that he hung up. That is what we have been missing, Della. We did not look into the Mathers family, and that was a big error. We knew that she had been at the hotel and yet we never saw her enter room 8 to meet with her husband. I think that if we go back to the hotel and look very carefully we will find some kind of way that people have been going in and out of room 7 without being seen. They had then used the key to the joining door and slipped in and out of the room without being noticed, he told her, and started back down the highway. He was on his way back to the hotel. Della knew that she should have changed her shoes. When Perry had told her that they were going to go out and find the murderer, she knew that there would be a lot of walking. They pulled into the hotel and stopped at the manager's office. Because the police were still doing an active investigation on a murder, the room number 8 still could not be rented and room 7 was also available. As a matter of fact, the night before had been very slow and room 6 was also available. He gave them the keys and the two of them headed over to room 7 first. Perry was sure that was the room that the murderer had used to gain access to room 8. It had to have been someone that Mr. Mathers had known, or he would have been much more on guard. Perhaps this had done before. Mr. Mathers probably was entertaining clients that had a good reason not to be seen. When they entered room 7, everything seemed to be in good order and the room had just been cleaned. They each tried all of the windows and they were tied except for one. With little effort, Della was able to open the window and crawl in and out of it. So, now it was time for them to look for a key that could be left in a certain spot. It would have to be in a spot that could be readily reached, but in a spot that housekeeping probably would not find it. Perry and Della walked slowly through the room feeling for a key on and under the air conditioner and above the shower wall under things, and then Della found it. The key had been put behind the painting that was hanging on the wall. There was a small envelope that had been taped to the wall and could easily be reached by anyone that knew where to find it. Della nudged Perry and showed him the key and the envelope. They took the key out and tried it on the joining door. It fit and easily allowed them access to the room 8. It was not a loud door and there were signs that it had been used frequently. Perry was caught by surprise. That Trag had not found the keys when he searched the room, but he may have not searched the room because it was the room next door. They went into room 8 and saw nothing to help with the case. But now Perry was sure that they were real close to the truth, so they took the key back and went out the door of room 7. Della, I want to go up the office and take a look at the tapes of the last few minutes. I want to see if we were caught on any of the cameras or not. I think that if you know the time you could possibly time it so that you would or would not be seen by the cameras. These are moving cameras and could easily be timed by someone who was familiar with them. I want you to stay here and walk away and then go back / I want you to walk back and forth at least down to room 12 times. Perry told her and he headed to the office. Della did what he told her to do and with that he came over to her. I was right, you could not be seen but about 1/2 of the time. If you watched the camera you could time it so that you would not be seen. I want to go and look up who was staying in room 12 that night. It would be a perfect room for someone to stay in. They could keep an eye on room 8 and go out the back of the room. Walk to room 7, take the key and go in, murder Mr. Mathers and then go back to their room, all unnoticed. Now we have find out who was in room 11 and 12 on that night. They walked back to the office and talked to the manager. Yes, he remembered the people that had stayed in room 12 that night. It had been Mr. Arthur Clark and his wife. They had stayed at the hotel many times. They thanked the man and got back into the car. I am sure that it was not Mrs. Mathers that stayed at the hotel room 12. The police talked to the people in the room and they were sure that Trag would have recognized Mrs. Mathers right away. Now, who was it? We know that it was not the real Mrs. Clark, as she never left Texas that week. She was at work in El Paso, so who could it be? It was not someone that Trag saw again, so it had to be someone who had not been seen since. Maybe Paul will have answer for us soon, Perry said as they pulled out of the parking lot and headed back to the office. On the way back to the office, Della was deep in thought. Who would have been able to slip into the room and murder Mr. Mathers? It had to be someone that he knew well, as the hotel manager had said that they had stayed there together many times. He had a good description of her but had been unable to find her on any of the cameras. The manager had said that the two Clarks had arrived at the hotel according to the log at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Perry wanted to check the tape for that day at 3 again if they had already looked. He wanted to see if they could see who was in the car that day. He also wanted to look at all of the cars that entered the hotel that day between 2 and the murder once again. He was sure that the answer to the murder was still hidden somewhere on the tape. The two of them arrived back at the office, and before he got out of the car and headed back up to the office, Perry put his hand on Della's lap and said, "Sorry Della, we need to look at some more of those tapes. But now I know what to look for." And with that they went back up to the office and started to study the tapes again. Perry looked at the labels on the tapes and to his surprise the tape that he needed was the very next tape that they were due to look at. It was the copy of the tape of the office on the day of the murder. He could tell by the time stamp roughly what time he wanted to watch. So he pulled his seat up next to Della and smiled at her. This is it, but where's the popcorn? As the two of them had just settled down, the familiar knock came on the door. Della got up and Perry stopped the tape. It was Paul. He smiled as he noticed the chairs and the television. Set up once again. I have been a busy little beaver this morning. I have been looking into the marriage of the Mathers and have found that it was not all love and marriage where the two of them were concerned. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Mathers had left and gone to stay with her parents twice this year already. But, I checked her alibi and she was nowhere near the hotel on that day. She is a school teacher and she never left the classroom all day. She had an after school class that lasted until 5 and then she had a meeting at the school that evening. She was seen eating a sandwich in the teacher's lounge at around 7 that evening also. She is not the murderer, Perry. Sorry. Paul told his friends. All right, then it is even more important now that we watch these tapes again. I think the answer to our question is hidden someplace there, Perry told him and turned the tape back on. Finally at 3 that afternoon they saw Mr. Clark come in and get the room key for room 12. You could see his truck in the background, but the person in the passenger seat was unclear, so once again Perry tried to zoom the person in. He hated to do it, but he would need to use Tom once again. Paul stood up and said, I know that Tom is at the office right now. I will have him look at this right away and we will see what he can bring out in this photo. While he is doing that, I will see if he can read the license plate number on the car. Because they were such regulars at the hotel, the manager did not ask for the plate number, and with that he took the tape out of the machine and walked over to his office. Della and Perry sat there quietly thinking LT did look as though the lady in the car could be Mather's wife Marion. She might have had her own reasons to kill him on that evening. He was in a hotel and he had been seen with several different women. On the other hand, she had been in room 12 with Mr. Clark and the hotel manager said that they had been there before. //. What if that is the reason he was murdered? What if it was because of a three-way affair? It would not be the first time that it had happened. They would have to wait for Tom to fix the photo for them. If she was the woman in the picture, Perry was going to have to talk to her. Perhaps she knew more than she had let on the last time that he had spoken to her. But meanwhile he and Della had more work to do. He had to get more court orders and briefs set up. He wanted to make sure that he was ready when he was absolutely sure that he knew who the murderer was. Right now he was nearly that sure that Mr. Bagley had murdered Mr. Williams, but there was still something left to tie up. He wanted to have another meeting with all the suspects with Tragg and Hamilton present and then accuse the person that he was sure had been the murderer. The hours passed quickly and then the knock on the back door came once again. It was Paul and he was carrying the photo that had been enhanced by Tom, his photographer. Perry. Tom says that the photo is still a little grainy, but he is sure that you will be able to recognize the woman in the car. He got a good picture of the face. Perry, I did not sleep well last night either. The person on the tape has bothered me all along. I think that it can only be one man also. I think that it is Ed Bagley. He is the only person that had a reason to want all of the victims dead. If it was Mr. Clark or Mrs. Mathers, why would they murder Mr. Williams? If it was Nancy Clemens, why would she want to kill either one of them? The people at the bank have no real reason, as they handle larger accounts than Dora Clemens all the time, and most of them have only rare instances where they would have spoken to her, and for the most parts the trust had been handled by Davis. Now young Davis, I have thought of him, but it has occurred to me that he might be someone's scapegoat. He is not A very good attorney and another attorney could have influenced him to do things that were not on the up and up. He might have been convinced to skirt the law, so they say. Della, that is why I keep you around. I think that it is Bagley also. He had the opportunity and the motive in all three of the deaths. What I am afraid of is that he also might have had a reason to want Doris' mother and father dead, and also the older Davis. They might have found out about his secret and it cost them their lives. I do not want you to go anywhere today without me or Paul. If Bagley finds out that we are closing in, our lives could be in danger, Perry told her with a worried look on her face. All right, I will stay here unless you or Paul take me with you. But if you can take me with you, please do. I want to get a chance to see the killer caught today also, she told him. Agreed. Now let us get back to work, he told her with a smile. For the next 2 hours the two of them worked side by side, getting ready for another case that was going to be coming up in a week. Della sat next to Perry and took notes on all of the information. Perry gave her the dictation for the legal briefs that were going to have to be filed and several other letters that were going to have to be typed up soon. He did not want her to leave his side, not now. He was worried that his and her life could be in danger. Just after 11 Della heard the familiar knock on the back door and got up to open it. It was Paul, and he had the envelope with the picture of the man in it. He handed the envelope to Perry and waited. Perry took one look and saw that he was not. It was Ed Bagley. He had been the man that entered room 8 through room 7 and then gone back through the door barely 5 minutes later. Now Perry wanted to know if Paul had found anything more about the murder of Dora Clemens' mother and father and the death of the elder Davis. Paul sat back in his usual chair and took out his notebook once more. I have not had much time to look into this, but I have had some luck. It seems that Tragg worked on the case of Dora Clemens' mother and father many years ago when he was a young detective. It was one of his first cases and he remembered it well. He had always thought that the accident was suspicious. The car had been brand new and the brakes had failed as the couple went down the steep hill just outside of their home. They had both been killed instantly. They had the car inspected and the official cause of the accident was listed as inconclusive. There was no reason as to why the brakes had failed that day, and speed was only a factor. The only reason that they were going too fast was because they had no brakes. Paul told them. Did Tragg have any ideas on who might have wanted to have the young couple killed? They left a young daughter and had their whole lives ahead of them. All of the money ended up in a trust fund. Was there any more money than what was left in the trust? Did someone else receive a large inheritance? Perry asked him. That is what made everything come together for me, and I am sure that Tragg will be right on my back. When the Clemens died in the car accident, they left a large sum of money, some $100,000 to their dog Boots. Because Ed had been the one that had given the dog he took him in when they died. Unfortunately, about 3 days later the dog was hit and ran in front of his home, and he inherited the whole sum himself. Personally, I think that the dog was victim number 3. I am looking into their finances at the time of their deaths. They used the same bank that Mathers worked at and the elder Davis, and I think that Mathers was blackmailing him. He used the hotel room to do some of the real estate transactions and other investments. I think that Bagley killed Mathers to shut him up. That is when Perry thought of something that his friend Mike Williams had said to him that night in the office. He had told him that he had hired an independent accounting firm to audit the books, and the accounting firm had not thought that Davis was the person that had been mishandling the funds. Paul, the first want you to look into what accounting firm that Bagley was using to audit the books. It has been long enough, perhaps they have finished the audit. The only member of the firm that is now around is Ed Bagley, and I do not want him to be the only one that has access to the audit. Perry told him. I am going to the courthouse with Della and look into the files that Davis filed with the probate court after the accident that killed Doris' parents. Perry told her. Perry and Della went to the probate court, and the clerk led them to a computer system where all of the older records were kept. There had been a time that he would have had to go to the archives and pile through piles and piles of briefs, but with the new system, he would have the information at his fingertips in a matter of minutes. Della knew that Perry did not need her there, but she remembered that he had promised her that he would not leave her alone until the murder was solved. He thought that there was a small chance that both of their lives could be in danger. She was the faster typer, so she took the seat in front of the computer and the two of them went to work. It seemed that Davis had handled the case very methodically and had done everything right. There had been a large donation given to the family dog, and Bagley did end up getting all the money, even though the dog died 3 days after the Clemens had been killed in the car accident. There also had been a donation that was made to a homeless shelter. The donation was for $1.2 million, a large sum of money in the early 80s, the year of the deaths of Doris' parents. Perry took notes on the name of the shelter. He remembered the shelter closing sometime around that time. He was sure he was going to have to look into it. The rest of the files were just legal notes and were of no assistance to him and Della. Perry then went with Della to the Registry of Deeds and looked up the sale of the building of the shelter. The Registry of Deeds was all modernized as the probate court was, and soon Della and Perry were looking into the records of the sale of the building. Sure enough, there it was, July 29, 1982. The building along with the shelter was sold for the sum of $75,000 to the one and only Edward Bagley. The shelter was sold again 3 months later to a larger corporation for a neat little profit. The building sold for the sum of $180,000 and had been made into condominiums. Perry remembered the name of the person who had owned the building when it was a shelter. It was a small church in the poorer part of town, and he wondered if anyone remembered anything about the sale. Perry placed the call to the church that had once owned the homeless shelter and made an appointment to see the minister of the church at 3 that afternoon. It was now just 12:30 in the afternoon, and he and Della would have plenty of time to have some lunch. He knew of a place that overlooked the city, and he started to head over to it. It was on the way to Our Lady of Peace, the church that Della and him were going to be meeting with the minister in about an hour and a half. Perry took Della by the arm and walked her to the car. I know that you are hungry by now, and we have a couple of hours before we have to be at the church. So I know of a nice place where we can enjoy a leisurely lunch and then head over to see the minister, he told her. Della smiled at him and got into the car willingly. It was lunchtime and she was starting to get hungry. They rode to the restaurant in silence, both in deep thought about Mr. Bagley and how he may have been getting away with murders for almost 20 years. Perhaps the minister was at the church at the time. The lunch was great, and as always Perry was a gentleman and very good company. They laughed and joked all through it, enjoying every moment of it. It was like old times before. Perry had kissed her, and she knew that their new relationship was going to work. As they knocked on the door at the church, a kindly-looking man in his early 60s opened the door. He welcomed in Perry and Della and took them to the office in the back of the church. My name is Father Frank, and I have been the minister in this church for the past 20 years. I remember Darlene and Martin Clemens well. They were two of our best people that I have ever met. They were true friends of the church and had worked at the homeless shelter endlessly. When they were killed in the accident, the church was in shock. When the shelter was given the endowment, we had big plans. We were going to open another shelter. I had thought at the time that some good was going to come from their deaths, and I was determined to make good the use of the money. So what happened, Ed? I see that you closed the shelter just a short 3 months after the Clemens deaths. Perry asked him. We had a friend of the Clemens, an attorney by the name of Davis, working on the probating of the will. It was an estate that had a net worth of $5 million, and because of that the probate took over 2 years to settle. We were due to settle with the estate on that Friday, and we actually had an appointment with Mr. Davis. We got a call that he had a massive heart attack and had passed the night before. We were in shock and were contacted about 3 weeks later by Attorney Bagley. He wanted to meet with me the next week, and with that he took a breath and thought for a moment. Perry sat there patiently, knowing that the minister was trying to remember everything that had happened that day. It had been almost 20 years, and he probably had to think back for a few minutes. Well, I went to the office, and Mr. Bagley convinced me that if I sold the building that then housed the shelter, I could build a new building that was set up as a shelter, and with the money that we had coming to us from the Clemens, we could put in much needed things such as a daycare and a clinic for the local people. I agreed to the sales price of $75,000 and started to make plans on the building of the new shelter. When I was there, I signed several papers and did not have an attorney look them over. With the charges that Bagley was going to be charging the church for all the transactions, there was not going to be enough money for us to run any shelter. He used every loophole in the law and took my church for over $750,000 by the time he was done. I contacted an attorney, and he said that he could have done something before I had signed all the papers. But it would now be much more difficult for us to collect. The attorney was going to charge the church nearly as much as we had left in our account. When I tried to get a permit to open another shelter down the street, the church was stopped by the local politician and it never reopened. We took the money that was left and opened the free clinic. But when Bagley found out what we had done, he went legally as the will ordered and closed the clinic. The money had been left to the church for the homeless shelter, and if the funds were not put to good use, by the end of 5 years the money went back to the estate. It had been 5 years and 2 days since the death of the Clemens, and Bagley took the money. He then had the audacity to send the church a bill for over $100,000. To avoid filing bankruptcy, we had to sign the papers saying that everything was basically a wash. Attorney Bagley took off with the $1.2 million, and there was nothing that I could do about it, he told Perry and Della. I am truly sorry about the trouble that Bagley gave you, sir. I am working on a case that involves him, and I think that his day is finally here. Keep your eyes and ears on the television and papers. I think he should make the news shortly, Perry promised him. Perry and Della thanked the minister and headed back to the car. Della could not believe that Bagley had done that to a church. He had used his skills as a lawyer to steal nearly every dime that had been given to some of the poorest, most desperate people in the local community. She wanted to see him in prison badly now. I think that it is time to call Hamilton Berger. He and Tragg need to know what I have found out. I do not think that Davis Jr. has done anything wrong except trust Bagley, and once he discovered what Bagley was up to, he was probably blackmailed into doing whatever Bagley told him to. Perry told Della. When they got back to the office, Della called Berger and asked for him and Lt. Tragg to come to their office in 2 hours. She also called Paul to come on over to the office. There was now enough evidence to get Bagley arrested, I am sure of it. He is a very dangerous man. He decided to give him a call and ask him to come to the office. He would tell him that he had some more information about the case and that he needed to talk to him in private. Berger and Trag could hide in the library and hear every word that was being said. Perry had a speaker behind his desk that he could turn on and off and would not be seen by Bagley. Perry was successful in getting Bagley to come to the office in a couple of hours, and now all he and Della had to do was get all the things together that they had found out. It was a lot, and Perry would want to make sure that he would get Bagley to admit to something, so that it would be easier to get a conviction. He had thought about what was to be said, and felt ready when Bagley came in. He would have Della meet Berger and Trag at the back door and show them to the law library. If everything went well that afternoon, Bagley would be in jail and Dora would be able to go back to her aunt's to begin her life again as a free young lady. The 2 hours came quickly and Della let Berger, Trag and Paul in. They had only been in the library for about 10 minutes when Ed Bagley walked in the door. Perry welcomed him and asked him to take a seat. "Ed, I think that I have solved the murder mystery. You will be surprised to find out who I think may have committed the murders. I wanted to talk to you alone, because we have been friends for a long time. I know of your dealings with Our Lady of Hope Church and about the money that you received from the estate from the death of Dora's parents. I also suspect that your partner Davis had caught on to you and either the stress of the dealings or something else he died. I also know that you were in room 7 on the night of the murder. And I have you on tape using the connecting door to room 8. The time stamp on the camera was 7:30 and you left not 15 minutes later. Mr. Mathers was not seen alive after that. You had me fooled for a while, but when you tried to kill Dora by poisoning her, it was an easy thing to trace the poison and your name came right up. You must have realized that she had seen you the night of Mike Williams' murder and that she could identify you. Well, that is quite a story, Perry. When does Peter Pan arrive?" And with that he stood up and pulled out his gun. Perry went to tell him that Berger was in the library when he was shot. Trag had pulled his gun out, but his shot was just a second too late. Bagley had been standing but a few feet from Perry when he fired the shot. Perry was thrown back in his chair and he landed on the floor on his back. His friends came in running and Berger called 911. Bagley was shot in the back and bleeding profusely. But Perry had been knocked out by the blow and was having trouble breathing. Trag had been trained in aid as had Paul, and they raised Perry's head hoping to help him with his breathing. There was blood everywhere and Della grabbed some towels. They all tried to stop the bleeding, but it seemed that it was coming out faster than they brought over the clean towels, the faster they filled with blood. They knew that Perry was in critical condition and that he needed medical help right away. As for Bagley, 2 of Paul's men had come in and they were holding towels on his wound. Della did what she could to help Perry, but she was not trained and she knew that Paul was the best one to help their friend at this time. Paul sent her downstairs to show the ambulance the back way to the office. It was the quickest way for them to come up and it kept her from seeing what was going on. He knew that his friend could die if the bleeding was not stopped, and he did not want Della to see it. The ambulance came in less than 5 minutes and the EMTs went right over to Perry. They started in 4 and gave him oxygen. The second ambulance came right afterward and they began to work on Bagley. As they brought Perry Mason down the hall, they told Paul and Della that he was critical and they were taking him to one of the best hospitals in the world. That was where he would have the best chance of surviving and coming back the way he had been without any physical problems. The bullet was very close to his heart and they had one of the best heart surgeons around. They were now waiting for him in the emergency room. Paul took Della by the hand and told her they will do their best to save him. Della, come on, I will give you a ride to the hospital. Trag and Berger waved them on, saying that they would talk with them later. Della was an emotional mess. Just a few minutes ago she and Perry had been talking about what they would do that night once Bagley was in jail. He had known that they would probably be coming home late that night, so they would celebrate tomorrow, a Saturday, when the office was closed. Now, he might never be able to do that again. It just was not fair. The world needed him. He had helped so many people, but now he needed the help. Paul and Della arrived at the emergency room and asked about Perry's condition. The lady at the front desk had no information for them yet. She promised that as soon as she heard something they would be told. Della took a seat and tried to look at a magazine without success. She just sat there and felt like crying. She cared for that man very deeply. He was one of her best friends, and as of lately, they had started to have a semi-serious relationship. She thought of Dave and knew that he needed to be called. He did not live that far away, and he could be there within a couple of hours or so. She looked at her phone and was glad that he had given her his number. She called and Dave answered on the second ring. The shooting was all over the news and he was on his way. Luckily he had called his parents before they had seen it on the television, and they too were on the way. It was going to be a 4.5-hour ride for them. He had tried to convince them that he would call them and let them know what was going on, but they had insisted on coming to LA. Perry had been taken to the emergency room and there was now an officer stationed outside of his room. He was critical as he had lost a lot of blood and his heart had been injured by the bullet, and he needed to go to surgery as soon as he was strong enough to survive the surgery. Must warn you that he is in danger. We will know better once I operate, he told. Sent him up for a CAT scan and x-rays, but the doctor was sure that he was going to have some surgery involving his heart. It was time for the doctor to go and find Mr. Mason's family and friends. The news was not good. He was an overweight man who smoked and had been shot near his heart and lungs. He walked into the emergency room and spoke to a lovely woman named Della and Perry's friend, Paul. We have received the x-rays back and Perry has been shot very near his heart. And he would do everything he could to make sure that Perry was going to be okay. He has a good chance. But I must warn you that he is in critical condition. Can we go in and see him? Della asked. You could, but he is not conscious and he needs to go up to the operating room. He looked at Della and saw how worried she was and told her, all right, you can see him for a few minutes. But a very few. Do not worry, there are lots of tubes and he will not look as he normally does, but some people think that he may be able to hear you, the doctor told them. Della and Paul were led down a long hallway and into a small room that was located right near the nurse's desk. He was laying on the cot with lots of machines hooked up to him. They told his blood pressure, his oxygen level and his heartbeat and breathing pace. He was so pale and did not open his eyes when Della and Paul spoke. Della took his hand and told him, we will go away like we had planned for tomorrow when you get better, I promise. She watched his face and thought that he might have blinked his eyes. She could not help herself, so she leaned over and gave him a kiss on the forehead as he had done to her before. Paul looked over at his friend. He looked bad. He had seen people who had been shot before, and knew that the fact that Perry had not shown any signs that he was waking up, he was really worried. Bagley had been but a few feet from him when he had shot him. He looked at Della and felt sorry for her too. It would not be fair for something to happen to this good man just when his life was starting to come together. He reached and touched his friend's hand. He watched as Della gave him a kiss on the forehead and shook his head. He would pray for his friend indeed. Walking out of that room was one of the hardest things that both Paul and Della had ever done. They both knew that it was the last time that they may ever see their friend alive, and they were very worried. Paul put his arm around Della and told her that everything would be all right. Perry is a tough old goat and he will pull through if he can. He held her on the couch in the emergency room and she began to cry. Paul knew that was what she needed and hoped that if the tables had turned and he had been the one shot that his friend Perry would have been with his wife, Sue. Perry had been in the operating room for just over an hour when Dave showed up. You could see that he was worried and that he had not gotten dressed. He had jumped into his car and come straight to the hospital. Della had called Lori and told her what happened. She had wanted to come to the emergency room to be with her sister, but Della had promised that she would call her as soon as she heard anything. Perry was going to be in the operating room for another 4 hours and that his brother Dave and his parents were on their way now. So, it was a lot of people to wait and hear about how the operation had gone. Dave came right over to Della and Paul. He gave Della a big hug and told her that I am sure that Perry is going to be okay. He has my blood and us Masons are a strong family. He remembered how he had seen the lipstick on his brother's lip and how much they had appeared to him to be so much in love. He would just have to get better. How could Bagley gotten away with so many murders and attempted murders? While he was doing all those things, he was representing people who had been charged with capital crimes when he had been committing them all along himself. Della knew that the world needed men like Perry to keep everything even. The three of them were sitting in the waiting room when Paul spotted Hamilton Berger and Lt. Tragg. They walked over to a private area that Della had found just around the corner. Tragg went to the girl at the front desk and showed her his badge. He asked if they could speak to the people in the waiting room in the room that Della had found and she said it was all right. The three of them went into the room and took a seat across from Lieutenant Tragg and the district attorney Hamilton Berger. The two men had witnessed the attempt on Perry's life, but still needed to speak to Della and Paul. They had heard what Perry had said to Bagley, but they wanted to hear from his friends. I would like you to meet Perry's brother Dave, Paul told them. Both men shook his hand and told him how sorry they were about what had happened to his brother. Lt. Tragg was the first to speak. What we would like to do is get a statement from each of you. I know that you are worried about your friend, but it is best to get statements just after something like this happens. The memory is still fresh in your mind and you have not had enough time to talk to each other and possibly think what you remember might not be correct. I would like to use a recorder for this. Is that all right? Paul had always thought that he should have an attorney with him when he made a statement to the police, but this was his friend that had been shot, not just a client. His best friend was in the operating room fighting for his life, and for this he would talk. Go ahead, I will give a statement. Most of what Perry told Bagley was what I knew. We were supposed to sit in the library and listen to what went on. If Perry got into trouble, we thought that he would be safe with you and me in the library. After all, the two of us had loaded guns on us. Bagley was just too fast. I think that he came to see Perry and kill him. I am still looking into it, but there was another murder case some 10 years ago that might have involved him also. He is a bad man, he told them. Della, I know that it is hard to talk right now, but we can help Perry in our own way if we find out something from you. Perhaps there is something else that you know that might help tie everything together. Tragg told her. He took Della's hands and told her, I am so sorry about Perry. At no time would I want him hurt. I too have dedicated my life to the thought that only the guilty should be punished. I know that it just was such a shock. He is so strong and sure of things. He was sure that Bagley would confess when confronted. We did not think that he would pull a gun. Perry knew that he was a dangerous man and had stayed with me all day. He had been afraid that Bagley might have gone after me. I know that we saw Ed Bagley on the last tape that was provided to us by the hotel manager. We saw him go from room 7 to room 8. Through the door that joined the rooms together. Della told them. Just then Berger's phone rang. It was the hospital where they had taken Ed Bagley. He was out of surgery and was expected to live. He might be paralyzed because the bullet came very close to the spine. They would not know until he woke up, and they ran some tests. With that, the three friends went back to the emergency room to wait to hear from the doctor, and Hamilton and Tragg headed back to their offices to fill out the many forms that were needed anytime they witnessed a shooting. Paul and Dave had stepped outside to have a smoke when Della spotted Perry's mother and father. She went over to them and tried to tell them what she knew. He is still in surgery, but he should be out within an hour. The man that shot him is out of the operating room but might never walk again. He will be up for trial though, I am sure, she told them. Perry's mother took a look at Della, the woman that she knew had stolen her son's heart. She was nice looking and had a kind look about her. She knew that Della cared for Perry very much, so she gave her a hug. They had met several times. Perry had brought her to their house on the 4th of July just a few short months ago. She had been charming and polite. For a moment she thought that they were going to both break down in tears, but the doctor came into the room then. Paul and Dave had just came in when the doctor arrived and walked over to Della and Perry and Dave's parents. Dave's mother grabbed her son and gave him a tight hug. She could not believe what had happened. Irene Mason had never thought that her son was in any danger. He was a lawyer, not a police officer. Perry is out of surgery and is in critical condition. He is a smoker and so his lungs are weak. But he is young and strong, and I think that he has a good chance that he will be able to recover. The next few hours will tell the story, the doctor told them. Perry's mother asked, "Can we see him?" "Yes, you can see him in a few minutes. He will not wake up yet, though. He is not out of danger yet, I am afraid," he told her. The rest of the night was a blur to Della. She was not going to leave the hospital until he woke up, no matter what people said. Perry was her best friend and she was going to wait for him to wake up. Paul had finally talked Perry's parents into going to Perry's house and going to sleep. He left the number for the hospital to call them on if anything happened. No matter what he said, he could not get Della to leave. She just sat there in the chair next to his bed and stared at her friend. He could tell that she was praying, so he decided to call Lori and let her know what had happened. Della sat next to the bed all night long. The nurses came in and out and gave him medicine and changed his 4 bags, but Perry did not move. It was about 5 that morning when Della heard the beeps on the monitor change. She stood up and looked at Perry. His eyes were open. Because of the tubes and the machine he could not speak. But, when Della asked him to squeeze her hand, he did. Della then ran to the nurse's station and told them that Perry was awake. The nurse smiled and went right into the room. He was awake indeed, that was good news. She went back to her desk and called the doctor. The doctor was in the hospital getting ready to start his rounds. So he told her that he would be right up. The same man that had told Della that the next few hours were critical walked into the room and smiled. He told Perry, "You gave us quite a scare, Mr. Mason, but I think that you are going to be okay. I am going to leave the machine on for another few hours just to let your heart take a rest. This nice young lady has stayed by your side the whole night. I would keep her if I were you. I will be back in about 3 hours, and if everything still looks good, I will take the machines off and you will be able to speak. And with that he went out the door. Della needed to make a few calls to let people know the good news. So, her first call was placed to Perry's mother and father and brother Dave. They had been very worried and she was sure that they were waiting by the phone even as they slept. Her next call was to Paul Drake. He was Perry's best friend and Della was sure that he had not slept much that night either. When she called, Paul picked the phone up on the first ring. He would be over sometime a little later. He knew that Perry needed his rest, but she needed to get some rest too. Della knew that Paul was right. It was going to be another 3 hours before Perry would be able to talk, and the doctor had told her that what he needed now was rest. She would go home and take a shower. She would be back before noon, she thought. She smiled at Perry and promised him that she would be back. You need your rest, Perry. Your mother and father came to the hospital last night and they will be in to see you. I am going to go home and change my clothes. Take care and do not worry, things are going to be okay. She leaned over and kissed him once again on the forehead and then took his hand. His hand was strangely cold, but he gave her hand a squeeze and she smiled at him. She then left for her home. When Della got home, she found Lori asleep on the couch with the phone next to her. She tried to be quiet, but Lori jumped up when she saw her sister standing there. How is Perry? Is he all right? I have been waiting here by the phone all night. I have been so worried, she told her. He is awake, and if everything goes well the doctor will remove some of the tubes sometime this afternoon. I have come home to change my clothes and shower, she told her, and broke completely in her sister's arms. It seemed silly. Perry was going to be okay, so now she cries. She really did care for him very much. Della asked Lori to wake her at 11 and she did. Della got dressed quickly and went out to the kitchen. Lori had made her a sandwich and Della ate all of it. She had not been hungry until then, but she was very hungry now. The ride to the hospital was not a long one and Della arrived in Perry's room at 12:30. She was surprised to see him sitting up in the bed. He did not look as though he felt very good, but he was alive. He had an oxygen mask on, but he could talk to her. Hi Della. If you are not aside for sore eyes, you should have gone home this morning and come back now. My mother told me that you spent the night here in my room. But thank you. I appreciate you spending the time here, he told her. Oh Perry, she could feel the tears forming in her eyes. She wanted to just hold him in her arms. She could have lost him that night. But instead she pulled a chair up next to him and smiled. You gave me quite a scare. We need to be more careful when dealing with dangerous clients. I do not want this to happen again, she told him, and then watched for the expression on his face. That is the problem with this business. There is always danger, but I have learned my lesson this time and it will not happen again. He took her hand and kissed it. It is times like this that you realize just how precious life is and that things can change in an instant. Della smiled at him and knew that everything was going to be okay. Perry would see to it that Ed Bagley paid for his crimes. Hamilton Berger and Lt. Tragg had been busy themselves. They now had Bagley under arrest even though he was in the hospital. He was going to be there for a long time as the doctor was going to send him to a nursing home for rehab. He had gotten word that Dora Clemens was ready to get released from the hospital and he and Tragg had gone over in person to remove her ankle bracelet. She was now a free and very wealthy young lady. When they had called her aunt had come right over. She thanked them and the two of them had left the hospital very happy. When he had completed his work he thought of his friend Perry, and he and Trag headed out to the hospital to see him. He had been called that morning with the news Tha Mason was awake, and that he would be all right. Trag blamed himself for what had happened. If he had been just a couple of seconds sooner this would have never happened. When they arrived in the room they found Mason sitting up in the bed with Della and Perry sitting next to him. They relayed all the information to Perry and his friends and apologized for what happened on the day before. Perry looked around at all of his friends and smiled. "I am lucky to be alive and very lucky to have so many good friends." They were all happy that everything worked out for the better. It was a good way to end an investigation.